Good evening and welcome to the November 16th, 2021 City Council Successor Agency meeting. We do have a quorum. If I could get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. Okay, we do have a quorum. At this time, we'll open public comments, and I will turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are on the closed session agenda. I received no written public comments that were submitted to myself prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. And I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda. If appropriate, staff will follow up on them. And I have no hands raised.
Okay, then at this time, we will close public comment, and I need a motion to recess to closed session.
So moved. Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Oh.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. That's right. We are recessed to closed session. Good evening and welcome to the November 16th, 2021 City Council Successor Agency meeting. We are reconvening after closed session. There is nothing to report out from closed session. We do have a quorum. Could I get a roll call, Margaret?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. Okay, if you could all join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items listed under Informational Reports or on the consent calendar, requests for future agenda items, new request. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you'll have the opportunity to provide them. Oops. I received 38 public comment emails. Share my screen. A summary is shown on the presentation slide. The council has been provided full copies of the written public comments, and these will be made available on the council agenda's webpage. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. And I will call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I do see that I have 4 hands raised currently. I'll start with Rosalie Baker, followed by Jonathan Dorr. Rosalie, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, fine. Yes, I am here because of the noise abatement. My house backs up to Highway 4. I live on Gamay Lane. And the noise level is so high that I cannot even talk in my backyard. I understand I'm catching up. I'm new here. But it seems to me like there is some sort of materials. I know there's materials that can be put on the roadway to suppress sound. And also I have a question. Why is there a sound barrier on the other side of the freeway and not on ours? So my 2 questions are, I cannot use my backyard at all. The noise level is too high. The noise level is in my home as well, with trucks coming through my bedroom at night. And it seems to me like there should be some sort of a wall or barrier put up for us at Trilogy as well as for Somerset. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret, if I could, before we go on, any of the other speakers that have comments on this particular item, there is an item on the agenda that it would be appropriate you will have a time to speak during that time, the agenda item. So if you have items regarding that particular C1, if you could hold them until then, that way we can receive those right before we make any decisions or have any conversation regarding that, and all of that information is fresh in our minds.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may clarify, that would also apply to items C2 and C3. If the public has comments on any of the agenda items beyond the consent calendar and matters of future agenda items, it'd be appropriate to hold those comments until those items are called, so the council can hear them all at the same time.
Thank you. I'll turn it back to you, Margaret.
The next speaker is Jonathan Dorr, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Mr. Dorr, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Dorr. I'm the automotive teacher at Liberty High School. I've been the teacher for 13 years there. The school's auto shop and several classrooms back up to the city hall property and the parking garage. During the planning phases of the city hall and the parking garage, I spoke before about my concerns and how there needed to be something done to account for student safety, and as well as a plan, as the plan was for the garage to basically overlook part of the school. Since the completion of the parking garage, there have been a number of issues, including people throwing the garage fire extinguishers into the back of the school shop area. Last year during the pandemic, they broke concrete floor pieces off the parking garage and threw them through the shop windows. and other classroom windows in our area. The students every morning come through the fire lane area, and they're constantly having to walk through broken beer bottle, glass, and trash that have been, deposited over the side of the parking garage from the night before. I've had to deal with countless students or community members, anybody, coming to the edge of the parking garage and yelling at my students while they're working in the shop. I've had to call the police several times. I've called the city, the schools, campus supervisors. They can't do anything off campus. As well as, I'm sure you're aware of cars revving their engines and disrupting the learning environment. The most relevant issue that happened is on October 18th, a student and his friends made a series of very bad decisions. They went to the top of the parking garage, were yelling at my students, pulled out an airsoft gun and fired it several times. No one was hurt, but the incident shows that with the lack of a barrier between the garage and the school, that something more serious could happen. This is an issue that I've, like I said, I've talked about before the school or before the parking garage was even built. I know that it needs to be addressed. So please consider adding this issue to your strategic planning meeting that you have coming up next month so that a solution can be found. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca, followed by Ian Cohen.
Hi, good evening, City Council. I actually have something that's more, that's actually bigger than Brentwood, but it affects Brentwood in a major way. This is the last week for meetings for the commissioners in Sacramento who are drawing our congressional lines. Not sure if everyone's aware, but right now we in East Contra Costa, our congressional district is being drawn all the way up to Yolo County, up to Rumsey, which is really far. It's north of Davis, and instead of going east into Stockton, it goes west as far as Moraga and Orinda. We don't have anything in common, not transportation corridors, entertainment. We're a San Joaquin Delta community. We need to keep the San Joaquin Delta healthy. To do that, we need funding from Congress in Washington, D.C. And in order for that to happen, we need to have the maps drawn the right way. So people can go to wedrawtheline.gov, go to meetings, go to live meetings, scroll down, and there's a place where you can give, you can type in your comments. What we really need is to once again be associated with Stockton to strengthen our region and make sure that we are a San Joaquin Delta community. We need to make sure that this week this happens because they're going to be drawing the final maps very soon. And basically the way our district is drawn now, it really dilutes the opportunity for getting federal funding for the health of our San Joaquin Delta and for the continuation of our beautiful farmers market and the irrigation of our farms, all up and down the San Joaquin Delta. So my ask is if all of city council members could, and all city staff could go to wedrawtheline.gov, and anyone listening, please get in your commentaries so we can once again be a logical and united congressional district. So once again, wedrawtheline.gov, meetings, live meetings, scroll down, put in your comments. We really need a huge outpouring because right now, the people in SoCal are kicking our butts with comments. So I would really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian Cohen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, City Council, or good evening, excuse me. I just wanted to come and talk to you. I did speak out at the last meeting about how the city needs to start looking at being more sustainable environmentally. I just recently read an article from the press of our local newspaper about the Diablo Water District in Oakley, how they are becoming carbon neutral by 2027 instead of the California goal of 2045. I want the City Council to add this to their strategic planning meeting in December or at some other City Council meeting to start looking at ways that Brentwood can become carbon neutral. I already know our city is pretty sustainable at our wastewater treatment plant with all of those solar panels. And also, if I remember correctly, we also have solar panels at our aquatic complex. I feel like the city needs to do a bit more to become carbon neutral if we're not already, and start looking at other creative ways we can reach that before 2045. We cannot let Diablo Water District beat us to being carbon neutral. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
So at this time, we will close public comments, move into informational reports from council members, committees, liaisons, and staff. And I'll begin to my left, Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Since last week, let's see, several different phone and conversations with with residents about Deer Ridge development, soccer fields, campaign contribution limits, homeless encampments, continuation of virtual council meetings. I facilitated a League of Cities, Mayors, and Council Members Roundtable with a focus of housing and homelessness, economic development, and community engagement. A really good conversation with council members and mayors from across the state. Meeting with the Trilogy HOA president regarding the noise study analysis. Veterans Day event, which was really well done. Congratulations to everyone who took part in helping with that. Met with staff about, let's see, the youth center and the senior center other agenda items for tonight's meeting. And then I also had a meeting with the Liberty High School teachers and union reps, along with Brentwood Police Acting Chief Captain Silva. And we'll bring that up later as an agenda item, but about the concerns that are being discussed, that were discussed by Mr. Dorr. Thank you, that's it.
Yes, since last Tuesday, I attended the Cal Cities Mayors and Council Members Roundtable. I attended the Veterans Day ceremony at Veterans Park. It was very well attended, the biggest crowd that I've seen yet. And then spoke with Congressman McNerney about the infrastructure bill, and Contra Costa DA Dinah Becton. There's, and I have to apologize. It was a joint. It was a joint between multiple cities in the county sting. And so that was an interesting thing. I also spoke with a resident who wants the city to become a constitutional republic city. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello. Since the last time we met, I attended the Cal Cities Mayors and Councilmember Roundtable. I attended a meeting with actually charter cities and just discussed a few of their issues along with local control and how being a charter city doesn't get you out of doing certain things. So sometimes people think there's benefits that might not be there. Attended a session, Insights and Strategies for Advancing Equity in Your Local Agency and Your Community. Also attended an event with McNerney and DA Becton. Spoke with McNerney about local control. DA Becton also spoke to her about the looting that's happening. I think there's people think she's not prosecuting. She is. So we just need to keep an eye on for what she is doing, because I think, you know, the DA's office sometimes gets a bad rap, but she did go over all the cases that they prosecuted successfully. So that was good to hear, because I also was under the impression that we were not prosecuting as many of the looting cases that we're seeing on the news. So that's it since last week.
Since our last meeting, met with the Parks and Recs director regarding tonight's agenda item. We had no committee meetings. Also have met and spoken with different residents regarding different issues and concerns regarding the city. That's it.
And since we met last time, I have been with the Tri-Delta Board in Orlando at the meeting for all of the transportation industries in the United States. Some of the very interesting things that I learned there had to do with our public transportation. Whether people realize it or not, the Tri-Delta bus system is an internationally recognized system that was set up by one of our very own residents, our former Mayor Barbara Geis, many years ago. It started with conversation at her kitchen table, and if you don't believe me, you can ask her. She'll tell you really quick. And so that transportation system, Tri-Delta, has grown, and the way that it is focusing on underserved as well as the East County is really remarkable. Some of the programs that it has in place is really a life-changing situation for a lot of the families that have difficulty with transportation and the disabled as well. During that time, some of the meetings that I was in, and I was in no less than 30 different meetings throughout the week with individuals and companies and technology providers. A couple of the things that I found most pertinent to our decisions in the future for Brentwood transportation is that a lot of the move toward electric vehicles regarding buses is that some of the infrastructure challenges that they've had in the past, they've kind of overcome. But really the biggest problem is the cost of the electricity that is being provided for use. It is astronomical to such a degree that many of the agencies are unable to run all of their electric buses because they simply just can't afford the cost of the electricity to run them. And so there are several different things that are being done nationally and internationally and locally trying to accommodate some of those costs and adjust to them. And we also have natural gas buses that have been running for many years. The only exhaust that comes from natural gas buses is H2O. It's water. And so they are very clean. The buses that Tri-Delta runs on natural gas are very successful as well. And so there's just a lot of other things to take into consideration bus-wise when you're talking about using electric vehicles, which we're all in favor of. We just have to find a way to more affordably run those as a transit district. I also had a meeting with Transplan, BART, State Route 4, ECRIFA, and I was on the phone while I was gone with numerous residents and business owners here in the community talking about some of the things that they'd like to see happen, some of the things that are happening. And I do want to thank everyone that was a part of the Veterans Day events around town. I have never missed one other than this one when I was out of state, and I'm very proud of our community and thankful for our council members that care and showed up as well. So thank you. And I have nothing else to report at this time regarding those. And we'll move now on to consent calendar. And,
Mr. Mayor, before we go on, I'd like to pull agenda item B4.
Okay. Do we have a motion on items?
I'll make a motion to adopt items B1 through B3 and B5 through B9.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? It is unanimous. Councilmember Rary, item B4.
So,
Excuse me, Councilmember Rary, before you go on, the city clerk needed to read the ordinance titles. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret.
B5, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood amending Chapter 2.64 of the Brentwood Municipal Code pertaining to poet laureates to add the position of Youth Poet Laureate. And item And B7, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood adding Chapter 17.635 Emergency Medical and Fire Protection Service Funding and adding Chapter 17.3636 City Community Facilities District Service Funding to the City of Brentwood Municipal Code.
Thank you. Councilmember Rare.
Vote.
Why don't we take the vote one more time? Just
Okay, we'll retake the
post
vote.
the reading.
Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Now, Councilmember Rare. We'll get back in the saddle after being gone.
Okay. So in looking at the list of the public art spaces, I know that when the Gateway monuments were first brought up, that we had talked about having it in the median between the off-ramp and Highway 4, and not between Highway 4 off-ramp and Somerset. And I know that it came to us with one project, and for some reason it got changed to this other location. But as the Highway 4 was being built, we had asked that staff work with Caltrans to, one, be able to bring electrical to that site, and so that we could add something there. And that spot is really ugly. I mean, I'm not sure if if Caltrans is ever going to plant anything there or do something with that area, but it's just dirt. So that's one comment. Also, while I'm not sure how far out Phase 3 is, it's got Brentwood Boulevard to Oakley at the entrance to the city of Brentwood. And my understanding is that there's no electrical to that area yet. And so it was something that we talked about doing down the road, but not until that area was annexed into the city. So I was wondering why it's being listed on here as Phase 3. I mean, this is Phase 2 to do it this next coming year. I mean, if Phase 3 is in the following fiscal year, then maybe, but maybe there'll be annexation. Another, for future locations and projects not yet identified, I'd like to throw in PA1 Hindorn Ranch Road as an entrance or some artwork to go down along that roadway. That is where our commercial, our business parks, our light industrial will be. It would be nice to have something in that area, and that being a future location. And add murals throughout the city. We had talked about that in the previous strategic plan. We were supposed to have murals, and based on the documentation, it was the downtown area. But at our last meeting, we discussed putting that out throughout the city to have murals in highly visible areas throughout our town, and not just in the downtown area, so that we can accomplish that. It was called a mural walk, but it's not a mural walk. And while it was previously funded under the economic development grants, or economic development, which I never really understood why, I think having it funded out of the art fund would be more appropriate. And because it is something that Parks and Rec was going to be using as well to highlight, as, you know, come for tourism's sake, you know, come on out here, take your picture in here, and so I'd like to be able to add that in there for the Art Commission to start thinking about.
Can I ask a question? The first location, can you define that location, the one you were talking about?
So Balfour Road, on the west side, or on the east side of the Highway 4 on Balfour Road, there's a right.
Is this the one that you moved from that location over? So if I recall correctly, when they showed the renderings, it was the art was competing with the golf cart, not that one?
That's not,
Okay.
because this is since we've already moved it, this is would be for a whole new piece of art. This
In that
would
same
not-
location?
In that same location, although the problem is that the original location was between the off-ramp and the highway, not the off-ramp and Somerset. Because we're still going to be fighting that bridge.
I pulled up a map if that's more convenient to point out what you're referencing.
So where exactly are you referencing? Sorry.
So it would be that dirt patch that is between the purple Highway 4 and the off-ramp. That dirt patch in the middle of Balfour. Instead of in this area between the off-ramp and Somerset Drive, that dirt area.
So that would be an incremental piece of art.
Yeah, we were supposed to have gateway monuments, and that was one of the locations for a gateway monument. And so that as people are even going down the highway, it's something that they could see from the highway. And whatever the project is, that other one was being moved over to the streets because it definitely did not fit. And I think we're going to have that same problem no matter what we put, if we're putting it between the bridge, the little golf cart bridge, and Somerset Drive there.
Could we put that does that have to come to a strategic plan since it's an incremental piece of art? Like how much is usually?
No, it would come to us once the art commission goes through it and they decide on the art. It would come to us for approval of what that art piece would be, but it comes out of whatever the funds they set aside for this year for art.
Okay. Could we put that one at the end of the list and finish the ones that the locations we've already committed to?
Those are already in the process.
So everything else is paid for already? All of these other locations? And sorry, I'm not.
Well, if Carrie could answer that, they're in last year's budget.
Unless, Chris, you want to come up and respond?
Sorry.
Thanks.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm happy to answer any questions. I was trying to write them all down as you're going through them, Councilmember Rary. So first, to address this exact location, you are correct. The original location was the Caltrans property, and when we found a project and we were starting to move forward in discussing with traffic and engineering, there are lots of problems with that site, so it's not impossible, but there are some issues with electricity. There's a little bit of traffic concerns about distraction, and then, of course, we don't own the property. So it made it a little bit more difficult to move forward, which is why the Arts Commission moved to the second place, which is where you saw Seth's project come forward. And we ended up not going forward with that, but keeping that as the future location. So you do have the option to have us revisit the original Caltrans property if you would like to do that. We could do that in addition to the second site that's further down the road, or we could do it instead of. So certainly up to your discretion to make that call. I appreciated your additional sites, so you certainly have the option to add those additional sites. As far as the murals, the reason that's sought with economic development is because the public art funds can only be used for city-owned properties, and the mural project was intended for private businesses. So we could certainly add murals in that we could put them on public properties, city-owned properties, but businesses would have to stay with economic development because these funds couldn't be spent for that purpose.
Okay.
So just a little clarity around that. And I think there was one more question. Maybe that was it. Any other questions?
The only other one was the Brentwood Boulevard to Oakley. I mean, I could see that as a future location.
I agree. And you did mention what the timeline is for the phases. And so there is no specific. It just means these are the ones they want to work on first. Phase 3 is down the road. There's no timeline. Phase 2 doesn't mean next year. Phase 3 the next year.
Okay.
It could be many, many years until we got to even phase 2. The current projects that are, to Councilmember Mendoza's question, there are 2 gateway projects that are currently moving forward. One is alongside Brentwood Police Department on Brentwood Boulevard, and the second one is the one that we moved over to Sand Creeks at the median. And both of those projects, unfortunately, have been impacted by COVID tremendously, so they have huge transportation issues, having a hard time getting steel. The cost of steel has really gone through the roof, so they are far behind where they thought they would be. We were hoping to be breaking ground and cutting ribbons this time this year, but it looks like those are going to be pushed back to probably spring, and the bigger one for Sand Creek probably not till summer, just because they've had a really hard time getting materials and finding contractors that can work on the concrete, et cetera. So that being the case, I don't anticipate phase 2 even starting until end of next year, maybe even possibly 2023, because we're not going to move to those until these first 2 are completed, which would mean phase 3 is many, many years out. So I think there's a couple items with those locations. Yes, some of the infrastructure isn't there. More development is coming in, so that might also kind of change the look. And then also the rebeautification plan for Brentwood Boulevard, we might want to kind of coincide with some timing of some projects that are going there too. So I definitely see that as in the future.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, at this time, we will open public comments on this item. Margaret?
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have 2 people with their hands raised. I'll start with Carolina Villaseca.
Good evening, City Council. I just wanted to let you know, I got texts from several people who weren't able to log into the meeting for public comment because the link on the agenda expired. So they missed the public comment period, trying to find a link that worked. So I actually don't have a comment on this item. I just wanted to let you know. People were not able to log in the appropriate time because the link on the agenda was broken. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, can I request the council take a 5-minute recess so we can make sure that the system is up? Pursuant to the AB 361 regulations, if the system is not working, the meeting has to stop. And so I'd like to confirm with Information Systems and the City Clerk that everything's okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you. At this time, we are in recess for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
So at this time, we will reconvene our council session. Before we go back into the comments, public comments on this item, I'll have Margaret explain exactly what happened and what the public can do. And I do want to thank Ms. Villaseca for letting us know that this was going on. Margaret?
Thank you. Our link on our agenda page, our quick link, was broken and it has since been fixed. We also have posted the Zoom information on Facebook and Nextdoor, and it's being posted on Twitter as well if anybody needs that to access the meeting. If you're still trying to use the quick link, it would work now if you hit refresh on your browser. And I think that's it. If anybody's still having any issues, please feel free to email cityclerk@brentwoodca.gov and we will get IT to assist.
Thank you. And just for the general public's information, once we conclude this item, we will be opening up public comments for those that were unable to get on at the beginning. So if you are listening and you know someone that doesn't have access to this information, if you could get in touch with them, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Margaret, I'll turn it to you.
I think we're still on public comment for item B4, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I do have one hand raised. I see Rod Floor's hand raised, and I think that Rosalinda's hand was raised as well. I'll go ahead and call on Rod for item B4. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I was one of the people that had trouble logging in, and the problem is, as you described, the real problem is that it looks like the link is a generic link in the agenda, and it has to be updated for each agenda with a proper Zoom meeting code, whereas the one over on the calendar page, the more info link, seems to work more reliably because I think it's always got the exact meeting number in it. But I was able to get in eventually, thanks to Carolina, actually. Anyway, as far as art, I like art. I do remember the other piece of art that we were talking about that was going to go on Balfour. So we had looked at it. I didn't really like that particular piece of art, but more importantly, it was out of scale for the space that was selected. So I guess it's being moved over by between Streets and Rayleigh somewhere, but I haven't seen it put up yet. But I would encourage the city to put up artworks that are uplifting to the community and not generic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rosalinda. Rosalinda, go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name's Rosalinda Grayson. I am Vice Chair of the Arts Commission. Thank you, Chris Farrow, for the comments, and thank you, City Council, for the comments. I just wanted to, perhaps for Councilmember Mendoza and other council members, the priority list that we have created and are working on currently, and the different phases. These are areas that we have carefully gone over and worked with traffic and engineering to pick very high traffic areas to bring awareness and notice as you're entering the city of Brentwood. And that's why we want to keep locations like the Brentwood Boulevard to Oakley, even though we understand that it's undeveloped at this time. We just want to keep it on our radar as one of those high traffic areas. Thank you, Councilmember Rary. I do agree that the new location, we're excited to add a new location like that. We will certainly discuss it. And also to your comment about murals throughout the city, we love the idea and the concept of murals, and we will take any opportunity and every look around the city to see where we might appropriately place murals within our city, because we also are excited about those too. So thank you for all of your consideration this evening.
I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, at this time, we will close public comment on consent item B4 and turn it back to Councilmember Rary.
Well, unless there's any other discussion on this, do I need to add these additional?
Well, I mean, the one on Balfour, Rod's comment, I think that was the issue last time. Like, it was so big for that area. So I just guess, do we just decide when it comes forward what goes there, or we just blanketly say, okay, a piece of art's going to go there? Like, how does?
No, they do a call for mural, or for, not murals, for artists who can do monument type pieces of art. And then there is a city council art commission ad hoc that goes over all of those. They bring what they believe are the best ones to the council for approval, and that's how it's gone for the last couple.
Okay, so then the council at that point decides, whoever's here decides it's either too big, too small, like kind of like last time. Okay, I was just wondering.
These would just to give the commission an idea of what sites they will be looking at. Any project, the artist has to be approved by council, and the project itself and the dollar amount all will be approved by council. So this is just giving the commission areas to kind of focus on, to figure out where else we need art, how many more pieces do we need, but you will have approval at every step of the way.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any more questions? If not, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to adopt item B4, changing the location to the Balfour Road bypass medium between Highway 4 and the off-ramp, rather than east of that location between the off-ramp and Somerset Drive. I'd like to add a future location for a monument gateway project at the PA1 Hindorn Ranch Road. And while you said that we can't do murals, right? Unless it's on city business, unless it's on city. So add murals, if possible, at city locations that are visible to the public.
I'm sorry. I'm confused. Like, so is there like a financial impact to this that we have to review, or no?
No. This is just a priority list of, and as the projects come forward, then they do up a staff report. They bring
Then they
it to
go
us.
into a CIP or whatever the case may be. Okay, I'm sorry. Just
Before a second's made for that motion, if I can clarify, Councilmember Rary, that last item regarding murals, I believe this is just a prioritization of locations, not specific types of art, as I'm reading the agenda item. And so the mural discussion might be more appropriate for another meeting.
Okay. All right. I'll amend it to remove murals.
We have a first.
Second.
Second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. We will move on to business items. Item C1
public comments.
Pertains to the State Route 4 corridor.
Public comments.
I'm sorry. We will at this time open public comments. Turn to you, Margaret.
If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided. Let me get back to that public comment section. And my apologies. At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda. Items listed under informational reports are on the consent calendar. Requests for future agenda items, new request. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you will have the opportunity to provide them. I did receive written public comments that were submitted via email. I will show them on the slide momentarily. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda. If appropriate, staff will follow up on them. And I do have one hand raised. Cinziana Todor, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And I want to start by saying that if we can all agree that Margaret is the best. So thank you for fixing the link for everyone to be able to get in this meeting tonight and for everything else that you do. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I would like to start about not necessarily complaining, but bringing up the fact that lately I brought up several items to the City Council during public comments, and I did not get an answer from the city staff. For instance, several months ago, I want to say it's about 3 months ago, I've asked for the latest traffic report for Brentwood Boulevard as I was participating in stakeholder meetings for Brentwood Boulevard revival plan. The only phone call I got was from Councilwoman Rary, and I really appreciate her taking time to do that, even though it was not her job. And I still don't have the latest and greatest report. I don't always have time to submit a public information request for every single item that I need to look for. Also, another project pages. I've been asking for development project pages, commercial or residential, to be reinstated or made available in such way that the city shows transparency and offers the information that the public's looking for. They're still not there. I'm not really sure what's going on there, but yeah. Also, talking about transparency, still not able to see campaign finance report. I'm not really sure if those links are gone bye-bye or what happens, but what do we have to hide? I would be concerned to be the city attorney at this point for this reports not to be available, first of all, or filed timely for that matter. Also, there's we're still struggling with homeless issue around park and ride, and now it's out in the wild, right in people's backyards at the Palmilla development or neighborhood. So can we just match these people with the services and get them to a shelter or to where they need to be to improve their quality of life? And also, where is the page for unsheltered resources and all the information around that? I was able to find that under city's manager page, but I don't think that should be on the main page. So as a future agenda item, can we get a website that's optimized and available to everyone? Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments and move into business items. Item C1 pertains to the State Route 4 corridor traffic noise analysis, and Mickey Saboto will now present the item. Mickey?
Can you hear me now? Awesome. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My introduction is actually going to be pretty short and sweet. I'm going to introduce you guys all to Paul Ballard, our acoustic consultant, to actually do the presentation on this particular item. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. For the record, my name is Paul Ballard. I'm the owner of Ballard Acoustical Consultants, and our office is in Auburn, California. We were hired by the City of Brentwood to prepare the State Route 4 corridor noise analysis that is the topic of this discussion. I've got a fairly extensive presentation to make tonight. I'm going to try not to get too far into the technical weeds, but some of the items are fairly technical. If there are any questions, please don't hesitate to stop and ask as I go through this. But before I get into the presentation, I just wanted to take a brief moment and say a very sincere thank you to the citizens of Brentwood who assisted us with this evaluation. We knocked on a lot of doors and met a lot of people, and a lot of people shared their concerns and their discontent with the Highway 4 noise levels, and were very accommodating in assisting us with access to their backyards. And so I just wanted to express my gratitude to all the people that participated. So with that, we'll go ahead and end the survey or the presentation. I've got my own clicker here. I'm going to see if I can make this work. Okay, it is on. It's advancing now. Okay, so just to begin very briefly, a little bit about our firm. Our office, as I mentioned, is in Auburn. We have 5 employees. I am the owner and principal consultant, and my background of education is I have a degree in mechanical engineering. I've done one thing since getting that degree for the last 34 years, and that's work as a noise consultant. I'm a board-certified member of the Institute of Noise Control Engineers, which is the governing body for noise consultants. So the scope of the study that we were hired to prepare was to basically provide these 6 tasks, which are give information on acoustical fundamentals and understanding of noise, to talk about noise standards that are applicable, review background data and studies, talk about how we selected the monitoring sites and how we conducted the noise monitoring itself, and then talk about the analysis of the noise monitoring results and the presentation of those results, and then finally talk about some traffic noise mitigation options. So this is just a slide that leads us into acoustic fundamentals. It's a bit of an older picture, but it shows various equipment types that were used for conducting the noise surveys along the corridor. So what is noise? Noise is basically defined as any unwanted sound. And how do we describe noise? And to do that, we use the decibel scale. And it was developed by Alexander Graham Bell to compress a wide range of pressures that our ear is capable of hearing into a manageable range. And that's why the decibel scale is logarithmic. When we're newborn babies, we have perfect hearing and theoretically can hear a level of 0 dB. You get up in the 140 dB range, you're looking at the threshold of pain. My conversation to you right now, you're probably hearing it at approximately 65 or 70 dB. So as you can see on this slide, there's a range of noise sources and their associated noise generation. So we know we use the decibel to define the unit of noise, but within that, there are other descriptors that are used. For example, 3 that are very important
Can
to
I
this.
stop you 1 second? You
Yes.
said your voice at this point is 65 to 70?
It may be louder. I'm not sure how loud I'm hearing it. You're hearing it at your spot.
Yes, it's pretty loud.
Am I pretty loud?
Yeah.
So driving over, I had a bit of a hearing shift in my car and for a couple of hours, so everything sounds quieter to me at the moment, so I apologize if I'm talking very loud. So these 3 descriptors, the Lmax is the maximum noise level, and that is the highest sound pressure level measured during any interval. And the intervals that we're talking about for this study are a 1-hour period. The LEQ, the EQ stands for equivalent, is the average noise level. And so if you took the energy average of all of the dB levels that occurred during that 1-hour period, the average is the LEQ. The LBN is the single number rating that's computed using the hourly average data. It's a weighted 24-hour average of noise over the entire day. But it's weighted because any noise that occurs at night between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. is penalized by a factor of 10 before you do the 24-hour average, because people are more sensitive to noise that occurs at night. So LDN, single number with a nighttime penalty that is sort of it's commonly used to describe traffic noise. And it is computed, it's very important, from the average noise levels, not from the maximum noise levels. The maximums are included in the average, but they just represent an individual point in time that was the loudest occurrence during that hour, whereas the average is all of that sound energy for the entire hour. So here's a graph that's actually from one of the monitoring sites that we utilized for this survey that illustrates the red line is the maximum that occurred during each hour. So for example, the 10 a.m. line that you can see there, we have a maximum of approximately 77 dB. That 10 a.m. represents the period of time from 10 a.m. to 10:59:59. It's that hour period from 10 to 11, essentially. So during that period of time, the loudest noise that was registered at that site, and indeed the loudest noise that was registered for the whole day, was 77 dB. Now there's been some confusion about this, people thinking, well, the red line is above this 60 to 65 range that the city considers conditionally acceptable, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. But it's important to note that the city's noise standards are not in terms of this red line. They're not in terms of the maximum noise level. They are in terms of this weighted 24-hour average, which is computed from the blue line. The blue line represents each hour's average noise level for that hour. For example, during that same 10 p.m. hour, or 10 a.m. hour, excuse me, the blue line indicates that the average noise level measured at that location was approximately 55 dB. Circled in red in the lower left-hand corner is the LDN. So if you took the blue line and all the hours between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. and you shifted them up by 10 decibels, which is that nighttime penalty, and then you took the average, you would get 62. And that's a very important number because the LDN is the metric that the city utilizes to determine whether noise levels are satisfactory for residential developments exposed to traffic noise. So let's talk a little bit about noise criteria. The City of Brentwood General Plan utilizes 60 decibels, or it did, as the normally acceptable exterior noise environment for residential outdoor activity areas. And I say normally acceptable because that has changed for uses along State Route 4. I believe it changed in 2014 to 65. But at the time the bypass was being considered, the exterior standard was 60 as the normally acceptable noise level for outdoor activity areas for residential, with a condition that provided you've utilized a practical application of noise reduction technology, an exterior noise level up to 65 may be allowed. It's considered conditionally acceptable. It's still acceptable, but it's acceptable with conditions, meaning you have to have, for example, built a barrier that, you know, is whatever height it is, but you determine then that's a practical application. Sometimes there's a trade-off between aesthetics and barrier height. Noise levels can be within that 60 to 65 range. I'm not saying that's what happened here, but the 60 to 65 range is important because that's still the range that the city considers conditionally acceptable. Actually, today, 65 is acceptable, not conditionally anymore. But those are the numbers we're kind of focused on, and those are those 24-hour weighted average noise levels. Inside the residence, the interior standard is 45 decibels, and that is also the weighted 24-hour noise standard. And it's important to note that the exterior standard is applicable where exterior sensitivity exists. And this is universally applied by Caltrans, by the Federal Highway Administration, by virtually every city and county general plan that I've worked on over the years. And that is ground floor backyards for single-family residential developments. The noise standard is not applied at a second floor exterior window, for example, because there is no sensitivity at that exterior space. No one is sitting outside of their second floor window in thin air. So it's applied at ground floor residential outdoor activity areas. Is there a question?
Yeah. Tim did bring that up, but I think I asked, is that in our general plan? Does that say that? So I mean, like if I have my window open on the second floor, does that still apply? In our general plan?
So we actually had legal take a look at that. I don't know if Damien can answer that.
I'm going to turn this one over to Assistant City Attorney Katie Wazinski. Yeah.
Evening, Mayor and council members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Super. The general plan doesn't use that explicit language. If memory serves, what it talks about is the noise in outdoor activity areas. And Mr. Ballard might be able to explain a little bit about how the industry treats that term. But I understand outdoor activity areas in the context of this information to be those areas where people are actually enjoying recreation outside of their homes, which you would anticipate might be on the ground floor. But Mr. Ballard might be able to help us out further with that.
Correct. And this is the reason that the city also has an interior noise level standard of 45 dB to account for all interior rooms within a residential use. So the focus of this the evaluation was in determining what are the existing State Route 4 traffic noise levels in the backyards of the single-family residential uses located within the study corridor. By comparison, Caltrans and the Federal Highway Administration utilize the 1 hour average noise level standard, or LEQ, and they also apply it at ground level residential outdoor activity areas. And that is the loudest hour during the day, and their standard is 67 for that loudest hour, whereas the city uses this 60 to 65 for the 24-hour average. And inside residences, same thing, the loudest interior hour, Caltrans FHWA utilize an interior level of 52. I point out those differences. First of all, neither the city of Brentwood nor Caltrans utilize the maximum value as their noise standard. That red line that we showed earlier is not considered to be an applicable noise standard for determining compliance for a residential use. So we reviewed the noise measurement results, and we'll describe those in a few minutes. And it turns out that the city's 60 to 65 standard range was determined to be more conservative than the Caltrans FHWA criteria. And in fact, it appears that the city's LDN standards were the standards that were used to develop the noise barrier forecasts that were ultimately constructed along the corridor, not the Caltrans federal criteria, which is a good thing because the city's standards are more restrictive. Had the state federal criteria been used, theoretically lower barriers would have been required. So we took a review of the background data, and in 2004 there was a noise study that concluded that the bypass project would result in exceedance of the city's noise standards without mitigation at existing residences located along the study corridor. Specifically, levels ranging from approximately 67 to 75 dB LDN, which are above that 60 to 65 range. That's important. And as a result, a detailed noise barrier analysis was conducted and noise barriers were constructed for the residences that were already there. For new residential developments that came after that period, the developers were required to construct the noise barriers, to have noise studies done and construct barriers, and also ensure that the appropriate windows were used to meet the interior noise level standard. So that takes us into how did we select our sites? And we were looking for residential backyards along the entire corridor. We were looking for either typical or worst case exposure for the neighborhood. So we tried to get those residential locations that were right up against or the closest to State Route 4. We wanted residences on both sides of State Route 4 and with various elevations and with various degrees of shielding by existing sound walls. I spent a day with Terrence, a former, I believe, associate city manager. Driving around, we looked over maps, we selected sites, and we knocked on a lot of doors in the neighborhoods until we got people to explain what we were doing, and they offered to let us conduct the monitoring in their backyards. So here's sort of a general figure that shows the 14 locations that were ultimately selected and where they are along the study corridor. The next slides are basically the same thing. Admittedly, they're not great resolution, but they're a little bit, it basically chops that corridor in the northern half, and there's the southern half. So those were the locations of the 14 sites that were monitored. We have some photographs which illustrate the microphone setups, approximately 5 feet above ground. Some of them are a little bit hard to see. They're circled with sort of a yellow outline to show where the microphone position is. You can see on the left of this slide here, we did have a microphone at 15 feet at this location. There were 2 locations where we put a microphone in addition to 5 feet above ground in the backyard. We also put a microphone 15 feet above ground to just see what the levels would be without the benefit of the noise barrier. And basically that represented second floor building facade noise exposure. That was not the focus of the study, however. The focus was to see what the levels were in the backyards. Nonetheless, that did provide some valuable information about the existing barrier performance. So those are the photos. And when we were done with the monitoring period, incidentally, it extended from a Monday to a Friday. So we had a full day Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, which is midweek, not affected by weekend traffic. And it was specifically selected in August. I think we're awarded the contract early in the year, and we waited until August for traffic to pick up and for school to go back in session so that we would have more typical traffic volumes on Highway 4 for the survey. So the average hourly data and the maximum data were plotted. The LDN values were computed from the hourly average levels, as I described earlier. And there were some data when we looked at the graphs that were clearly anomalous, meaning they were clearly not generated by traffic. And as a result, because our focus of this analysis was to determine what the traffic noise levels were in these backyards, if there were data that were clearly affected by a leaf blower, for example, or some other factor, then we excluded those hours before we did the calculation for the day-night average levels. And I'm going to show you an example here in a minute. One of the sites turned out we had an equipment malfunction. There was a bad microphone. So we returned and we remonitored that location with 2 meters side by side just to make sure we got good data the second time around, and we did. So we then compared those LDN values against the 2004 noise study predictions and against the City of Brentwood exterior noise standard range of 60 to 65. Incidentally, as compared to the levels that were predicted for the future back in 2004, the levels that we measured showed extremely good agreement with those levels that were predicted for the future way back in 2004. So here's just one example. I know from reading the comments from some of the residents that there were concerns about, why did you take the data out? You know, was there something fishy going on? Were we trying to eliminate the loud points of the day? And that is absolutely not the case, and I want to give you this example to illustrate. So this was at monitoring site 5. And you can see the blue line should be fairly steady. It increased during the morning peak hour up to about the 7 a.m. hour and then dipped a little bit towards noon. And then all of a sudden during the 4 p.m. hour, the levels jumped up to 140 dB. And this was at a location 5 feet above ground in the backyard of a residence. And they stayed high for 3 hours before they came back down. There was still another spike at 8 p.m., which we probably could have eliminated, but to be on the safe side, we left it in. But we eliminated those 3 hours of clearly anomalous data. You see at the bottom, the computed LDN with that anomalous data was 130 dB LDN. The computed LDN, when you eliminate those 3 hours, is 64 dB LDN, which incidentally matches the next 2 days at that same location, which were 63 and 63, which is what you would expect. You wouldn't expect large variations. So this is the reason we intentionally eliminated data that was clearly anomalous. If we didn't, and we reported, hey, it's 130 dB out there, your mitigation measures have to be extreme now because the levels are so high, well, that would be bad science, essentially. So at the same location, incidentally, we also had a microphone 15 feet up in the air, and the next slide shows the exact same day, but from the microphone 15 feet in the air. And you can see with this red circle is in the graph, there was no spike. At the same residence, the microphone was about 20 feet away, but 15 feet up in the air. So something happened 5 feet at the 5-foot microphone. Either it got hot, and that caused it to exceed some parameters of the meter for those 3 hours, or something occurred. But regardless, it was clearly not traffic noise, so we omitted it from the survey. And we incidentally only omitted, and I think I have a slide that shows this, 11 one-hour periods out of over, I think, 1,100 hours of data collected. It was less than 1% of the data had to be removed for being anomalous or not related to traffic. So in the appendix of our report, we have these graphs, one for each site for each day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I didn't include all 14 sites, but you get the idea. In addition, at each location, you can see in the lower left-hand corner is the computed day-night average level, or LDN, for that site for that day. So site 2, site 3, this continued all the way through site 14. So here's a table which summarizes all of the computed LDN values. And the lightly shaded ones are the 2 microphones that were 15 feet in the air, where you can see we measured an average of the 3 days of 72 and 70 at those locations, which makes sense because they weren't shielded by the sound wall. At the other locations, the levels ranged from 57 to 64, and basically the average of all of the monitoring sites was 61.6 dB from the 14 sites for the 5-foot backyard locations. Again, 11 hours of the 1,152 were omitted because they were anomalous. And at the second floor sites, as we mentioned, they were 70 to 72, which were 6 and 9 dB higher than the first floor levels, which is exactly what we predicted for the given barrier heights at those locations. We expected those levels to be 6 and 9 dB higher, and it turns out that they were. So those are the results. The levels are, in a couple of cases, below 60, but in most cases between 60 and 65 LDN today. What will happen in the future? Undoubtedly, traffic volumes will increase, and because noise is related to traffic volumes, noise levels are expected to increase. If the traffic volumes doubled, you would expect a 3 decibel increase. However, there's a situation that occurs as traffic becomes more and more congested, the speeds go down, and the speeds tend to offset some of the increases in traffic volume. So it's difficult to predict exactly what the future traffic noise levels are going to be down the road, but in terms of what we were scoped to do, the average of all of the sites was approximately 62 today. So that brings us to the second half of the scope, essentially, which was, okay, regardless of what the traffic noise levels are, what can be done to reduce traffic noise levels? And so I'm providing a long list of mitigation options, some of which are clearly infeasible, but I wanted to list them anyway so we didn't give the appearance that something was overlooked. So the mitigation options are setbacks, barriers, site design, building design, reduction by building facades, vegetation, sound absorbing materials, noise reducing pavement, and sound masking. So just to go through these fairly quickly with a couple of exceptions, using setbacks is basically increasing the distance between the road and the residences. Clearly the road exists and the residents exist, and there's no opportunity to increase that distance for the people who are already living there. So we concluded that this would be infeasible. You'd have to double the distance. If the homes are 400 feet from the center line now, you'd have to go to 800 feet away to get a 5 decibel reduction due to distance alone. And a 5 decibel reduction is important because that's a clearly noticeable decrease in noise. So noise barriers. As we all know, noise barriers have been used extensively in their existing residences along the corridor. They're different on the east side than the west side. My suspicion is that that's due in large part to the fact that the east side barriers were constructed along the right-of-way for the most part when the widening or when the bypass was constructed. Many of the residences on the west side came later. In the Trilogy, for example, I believe those came after the bypass was constructed, or maybe about that same time. And it looks like the onus for providing the mitigation for those was placed on the developer at that point. It's why the barriers were not constructed along the freeway right-of-way. It may also be that because there wasn't, the freeway hasn't been completed, but I'm not sure about that. So the way noise barriers work is you think of a straight line distance between the roadway and your ear, and then you superimpose a sound barrier. And the greater the distance the sound has to travel over the top of that barrier back to your ear relative to the straight line distance, determines how effective a noise barrier is. Once you intercept line of sight from your ear to the center to the roadway, you get a 5 decibel reduction in noise. For each additional foot of noise barrier, you get about 1 more dB of noise reduction. So a 10-foot barrier would typically be expected to get about 10 dB of noise reduction. At monitoring site 5, from our 2 heights, the approximately 9-foot barrier there provided 9 dB of noise attenuation. So some questions have come up about alternative barrier designs. And these are just some examples. And basically, the barrier functions the same, except now you've changed the geometry by creating a more acute angle that the sound has to pass and a longer distance the sound has to travel to get from the source to the receiver. So these types of barriers can be more effective because the geometry is more conducive to greater noise reduction. No idea whether these types of barriers are feasible at this location, but there was a question about providing examples of alternative barrier designs. So I think I skipped something that I wanted to hit on. So the middle bullet here is very important. Frequently we're called by residents in lots of jurisdictions saying, hey, I live next to a busy road. The builder put a 6-foot wall out there. Can I just add 3 more feet of concrete block to the wall? And the answer is probably not, because the barriers are designed with a certain foundation for a certain weight load on that foundation and a certain wind load as well. So I'm not a structural engineer, but my understanding is that it's difficult. It's not an automatic thing that you can just stack more blocks on top of an existing barrier and make it taller and therefore more effective from a noise reduction standpoint. That would require structural analysis by an engineer. So we looked at site and building design also, and this is really more geared for new construction. If you've got a new development going in, you'd maybe put the parking area between the house and the road, for example, or some less sensitive area. Same with the design of the interior house. Maybe you'd put the stairwell on the noisy side and the bedrooms on the quiet side. Again, the homes have already been built, the road is in place, so there's really little or no opportunity to utilize site or design construction at this stage to achieve any appreciable noise reduction for the existing residences. So building facade noise attenuation is a big one. The majority of traffic noise that's heard within residences is due to windows. Exterior walls are typically about 20 decibels better than the noise reduction provided by the window. So the window is virtually always the weak link. If you replace the entire window assembly with a higher rated window, you can get a decrease of noise in the bedroom or in whatever the living space may be. That is one option. However, there can be a lot of construction and a lot of cost associated with that. It's still a feasible or viable option, but a more effective means is the use of window inserts, which is basically you install a window inside the existing frame, so you would open one window and then you'd have the original window that you would open behind it. Creates a larger airspace, creates a double window assembly, and you can get an extra 20 decibels of noise attenuation. I believe maybe more than that. Here's a photograph. I've got a slide that shows that. Here's a photograph that shows examples of window inserts. They're just inside the same frame, and it's a double window assembly. So as you can see, with a single pane window, you get about 26 dB of noise attenuation. If you do the window insert with a single pane, it jumps up to the high 40s and low 50s, which is a huge degree of sound attenuation. That almost brings the window up to the same amount of noise attenuation that's being provided by the wall. The stucco, the insulation in the wall, the sheetrock together, all working together. With a window insert, you can approach that level of sound attenuation. So it is substantial. We've used them in our own office, and they do work. And from a cost-effective standpoint, that's a very good option. Obviously, it doesn't do anything for anybody's backyard noise levels. This would only affect levels inside the residence, but this is probably the single most effective measure that could be implemented to reduce sound inside the residences. So vegetation. This is a common misconception. People often think that trees and other vegetation provide significant noise attenuation, but you need a very thick, very dense evergreen type of vegetation to provide approximately 3 to 5 dB reduction in traffic noise. So it takes quite a bit more vegetation than people frequently think in order to get a return on your investment. Excuse me. So it probably isn't a practical method of achieving significant noise reduction along State Route 4 unless a huge amount of additional vegetation could be planted. And even then, you know, it may take a while for it to get mature, but if it could be done to 100 feet thickness, for example, then you could get a clearly noticeable decrease in noise, in traffic noise. Sound absorbing materials can be utilized inside the residence if you have a hard surfaces, hard flooring, sheetrock walls, even sheetrock ceiling. The sound bounces around. So any sound coming in, any traffic noise coming through the window, for example, will just reinforce itself as it bounces around. If you introduce acoustically absorptive materials in that space, any sound that comes in gets sucked up rapidly, and it doesn't amplify. So that's another option that people can utilize. Carpets, soft furnishing, draperies, other things like that, even acoustical tiles or panels can bring down the noise levels inside an affected room. Noise reducing pavement. We're big fans of this, and we recommend it all the time. It's been shown to reduce traffic noise by 3 to 5 dB versus non-noise reducing pavement. I checked with Public Works and was informed that their belief is that Highway 4 has been paved with noise reducing asphalt already, but that would be a question for Public Works. So I don't know if it hasn't, then that would be something that could be implemented that could provide a clearly noticeable decrease the day that it's installed. I did see a comment about the use of concrete in some area, I believe near one of the intersections, and concrete is in fact the noisiest roadway surface that there is, versus noise reducing asphalt such as rubberized asphalt or gap graded asphalt is the quietest. Finally, sound masking.
With that, what about when you do the slurries, when you're resurfacing it? Can they do anything? Is there any type of products that's out there now that, with the resurfacing, that can increase that?
Perhaps. If the surface hasn't already been paved with noise-reducing asphalt, then resurfacing with noise-reducing asphalt can get a big reduction in noise on the order of about 4 decibels, which is equivalent to about 4 more feet of sound wall height, if you look at it that way. If it's already been paved, then I think it would depend on what type of material it was paved with before versus what the state of the art is today, but that's something that could be looked into. So sound masking admittedly doesn't reduce the noise. It attempts to cover it up. It covers it up by creating more noise, but just noise that is more pleasant, such as a water feature, for example. Pink noise, sound machines that play sounds of waves crashing on the beach. A lot of people use those to help them sleep, for example. So it could be effective outside. I know a lot of people already have fountains in their backyard or swimming pool fountains that flow into their pools, and they say it really doesn't do anything to cover up the traffic noise. I'm listing it here because it is one option that is frequently considered to drown out the less attractive noise with something that would be more acoustically pleasant soundscape. So that brings me to some conclusions. State Route 4 traffic noise is elevated and clearly audible. Everybody knows this, and the residents are clearly dissatisfied with the levels outside. I don't think there's any argument there. The overall levels that we measure were found to be within the city's conditionally acceptable range of 60 to 65. And I know that I've seen comments that say 60 to 65 is not acceptable. We don't consider that acceptable. That sounds very loud to us. And I understand those comments. I think it's important, just as a quick aside about noise standards, to understand that the city's standards of 60 to 65 are consistent with the state of California's recommendations. They're also consistent with virtually every single city and county in the state of California. Everybody uses this 60 to 65 number. I can't think of a single jurisdiction that uses a standard that's less than that. Admittedly, it's a compromise between what's feasible and what's semi-reasonable. We would all love to have 35 in our backyards and have sort of a Lake Tahoe soundscape, but the trade-off for that is mile to 2 mile setbacks from all the roads, including your city arterials, or 30-foot sound walls or things of that nature. So we're not saying that the 60 to 65 is a perfect standard. It's just what the city standard is, and it's consistent with a lot of other jurisdictions. So I know there's a lot of dissatisfaction with those levels being considered in the acceptable or conditionally acceptable range. And although the interior levels were not the focus of this analysis, we conclude that all first floor rooms of all residents along the corridor are satisfactory relative to the city's 45 interior standard, because all of the backyards were less than 70. And we know you get 25 decibels of noise reduction out of standard residential construction. So long as that backyard is less than 70, the first floor is less than 70, the interior levels are going to be less than 45. So we concluded that because all the levels were less than 65 or less, interior levels are approximately 35 to 40 right now, which is in compliance with your 45 dB standard. Now at second floor facades, all the residences on the west side were required to install upgraded window assemblies if there were two-story units that weren't going to be shielded by the sound wall at the first floor. I can't say whether that was done or whether that was not done, but if it was, then all those interior levels would be satisfactory also. If it was not, then there is a chance that because we measured levels in excess of 70, at the one location we measured a 72 up at 15 feet, then there's a chance that the city's 45 standard could be exceeded at those second floor locations. And we just talked about the second floor rooms, and then again the options are somewhat limited. Admittedly, I would love to tell you that there are a lot of great options for reducing the traffic noise, but those consist of increasing barrier heights or constructing new barriers, installing window inserts or replacing window assemblies, using sound absorbing materials, or introducing sound masking. There may be some other options that are out there, but these are the most frequently considered for traffic noise attenuation. So I apologize for going through that so quickly. Maybe it didn't feel quick to you, but that takes me to the end of my presentation. I know there were a lot of comments that I saw, and hopefully the presentation answered some of those comments and questions, but if there are new comments or questions after the public hearing, if it's your desire to have me respond to those, I'd be happy to do that.
Mr. Ballard, I do have one before we go to public comments, and that is one of the questions that was sent in had to do with the speed of traffic. What kind of attenuation is there with the reduction of speed from 65 to 55 or 50?
That's a good question, and actually that's one that we probably should have included. And the reason we didn't is because our understanding of the current law, which may be changing, is that you're not allowed to arbitrarily reduce speeds. Speeds, I believe, and I'm not public works or a traffic consultant, are set based on sort of an 85th percentile survey that is conducted, and that's how the speed limits are set. If, however, speeds could be decreased, our modeling indicates that for each 5 mile an hour decrease from about 65 to roughly 40, you would get just over a 1 dB reduction for each reduction in each 5 mile an hour reduction in speed. So it's not a radical reduction, but it is an appreciable reduction. If you could, for example, I don't know, was it posted 55 today or is it 65?
It's 55.
55. So you could get a couple of dB if it was able to be reduced to 45. So because traffic noise is speed dependent, it's also dependent on volume, the roadway surface, percentage of trucks, and the amount of traffic that occurs at night. But speed is definitely one of the important factors.
Okay, thank you. Is there any more questions of staff or Mr. Ball?
I'd like to actually continue on to what the mayor was discussing as far as the speed. I go to Arnold on a regular basis. Through the town proper, there is a significant reduction in speed, and I'm guessing it's because of noise. So how hard would it be for us to say, apply to Caltrans and say from Lone Tree through Marsh Creek, is it? To do that reduction so that we can get some support in that way?
Right, and unfortunately, I'm not aware of the mechanism that would be utilized to petition Caltrans to be able to reduce that speed. But that's something that we could work with your public works or your planning department to try and get that answer for you.
Excuse me. Sorry. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I can answer that. So, Caltrans has very specific ways to adjust speed limits. It's not that you can just go to Caltrans and ask them to adjust and they'll do it. They have to do a specific engineering and traffic study, basically a speed survey, and they have a very set rules and regimented rules on how they go about doing that study. So asking Caltrans to adjust speed is actually a double-edged sword. They will actually go out and measure what drivers are, how fast they're actually traveling, and then, and like Paul mentioned, they take the 85th percentile, they do some math, and they have ways to round up or round down. But long story short, there are situations where Caltrans may actually raise speed limits based on the speed survey. So asking Caltrans to review the speed survey could have an unintended consequence of having higher speed limits. Our experience has been that whenever, and we do these speed surveys on local roads in Brentwood, it is very, very rare for us to able to lower speed limits based on speed surveys, just because people drive fast.
So since I used Arnold as an example before, which is along Highway 4, of course, they would have done something like that when the town was, I mean, I'm trying to figure out how they would have gotten away with it, because I'm pretty sure it's got to be noise related, given the homes that are right along the freeway, but it does go at least 10 miles, if not more, during the, in between the town proper. You get back out into Highway 4 where it's a little bit less populated, and it goes right back up again.
Right, so Caltrans they do have special consideration for certain things like traffic history, if there's a high incidence of fog, for example, or other safety-related criteria. We've never seen anything that's noise-related, however.
Yeah, and when if it's going through the town itself, there's businesses that are probably there, traffic pulling in and out. But I do have a follow-up on that. I think it was AB 43. I tried to find it, and I think it was an assembly bill that is, if passes, it will, for highways that are going through cities, it would leave the cities the ability to set the speed limits for those roadways that go through a city. So that's a possibility for that to reduce the speed limit. And I'll let you get back to that, but I just want to make it that. I've got a whole lot more too. So
you might ask questions I've got on my notes, so you go right ahead.
Okay, so I've got multiple questions, and on agenda page 205, the 2004 State Route 4 bypass, segment 3, noise impact study. It says segment 3 of the bypass will include construction of a new 2-lane interim facility with at-grade intersections at Balfour Road, Marsh Creek Road, and Walnut Boulevard, Vasco Road. But if you go on to page 2000, agenda page 219, when it talks about doing interchanges, it's only at Marsh Creek Road and Walnut intersections. So if the 2004 noise impact study did not take into consideration what an interchange would be added at Balfour, didn't take into consideration that an interchange would be added at Balfour Road, how could it adequately measure the noise impact for the residential developments near Balfour Road?
And I don't think that it could without doing some analysis of a full interchange project. Presumably at some point, I don't know if somebody did do that analysis or they didn't do that analysis, but back in 2004, if they hadn't considered it, then clearly they wouldn't have been able to make barrier decisions based on that interchange being there, presumably. But again, I don't have all of that information.
Okay. Now, on page 101, it says air absorbs sound energy. The amount of absorption is dependent on the temperature and humidity of the air, as well as the frequency of the sound and distance between the noise source and receptor. What is the sound differential between a 100-degree clear sky day and a 36-degree high humidity day?
Yes, and I saw this email come in earlier, and I sent one back answering that. I don't have that printed out with me, but I can recall that if you think of atmospheric absorption, it is a function of temperature, relative humidity, and the frequency of the source. Traffic is fairly broadband, and it's centered at around 1,000 hertz. So if we just look at the 1,000 hertz frequency band and we say, let's set the relative humidity at 50%, just to pick a number, and look at the differences in the absorption rates. They're less than a decibel between 36 dB and 100 dB at 1,000 hertz. And if you dropped to 10% relative humidity or you go up to 90% relative humidity, it's still right around that 1 dB or less at 1,000 feet. So what that means is, over the span of 1,000 feet, that air is going to absorb about 1 dB of sound at 1,000 hertz. It's slightly different at the other frequencies, particularly as you get to the really low frequencies, but because traffic noise tends to be in this 500 to 2,000 hertz range. The difference, it's a little bit counterintuitive, because we all have those experiences where we hear that train horn and it sounds like it's in your yard one day, and another day you don't hear it at all. But typically the effects of atmospheric conditions are greater with greater distance. It needs some air in between the source and the receiver for the atmosphere to act on it.
And I do hear the train horn from Oakley, and I live out in Shadow Lake. So, all right. So, was there a slide? I'm sorry. Was there a slide with the new readings for Site 10? Did you show that to us?
I did not. I have it in my report here, which I can refer to. We did have a slide that showed the summary
of the new. Well, no, of the new one, because it was going to.
I have this.
Okay.
I can just read them to you. So Site 10 originally tested at 68, 68, and 68, which is why I was suspicious, because it was so much higher than the two neighboring sites and higher than anything else we had seen along the whole corridor. We went back and retested, and one second here, I've got this. And it dropped to 62, 61, and 61 at Site 10.
Okay. On our agenda page 224, under residential developments, it says west of segment 3 of the Route 4 bypass developments, west of the bypass, were planned and approved after 1994 and were required to identify the needed noise control measure to be incorporated into the design of the projects to maintain exterior and interior noise levels at acceptable levels. The 2004 noise study proposed sound walls on the west side of the bypass to reduce noise traveling to the Somerset communities. But on page 118 of your report says it should be noted that the installation of new barriers immediately adjacent to State Route 4 could result in reflections which could exacerbate noise conditions at residences located on the opposite side of State Route 4 from such new barriers, such as the Trilogy community. I couldn't find in the 2004 study where they took into account how much noise that reflection of sound would cause on the Trilogy community.
And I didn't find that either.
Okay. So I guess my question is, when Caltrans, our bypass authority, changes its plans after developments have already been building or have already gone through their EIRs, such as adding sound walls to one side of highway and not the other, or creating an interchange where none was planned, shouldn't they be responsible for mitigating the noise associated with those changes?
In my experience, that's the way it happens. If Caltrans implements a Type 1 project, which is any project that increases the capacity of the roadway, whether it's the addition of another lane or it materially alters the vertical or the horizontal alignment of the road, it's considered a Type 1 project. They do a noise study report for it, which is a full-blown analysis. And any locations where there are existing sensitive receivers, where the predicted level would approach or exceed their standard, then you have to consider abatement. It doesn't mean you have to implement abatement, but you have to consider it. And if you're not going to implement, then there's got to be a good reason for not implementing. So if there's an existing residence and they bring the bypass through, they say, okay, yep, they need a barrier here. But if there's no residences over here yet, they say, well, you're responsible for those yourself then because they don't exist yet. So city, then at that point, it's your job to make sure that the developers are adhering to the general plan standards. So normally, you're absolutely right. My experience has been, if Caltrans alters a highway, that's the time when barriers are constructed. They used to have a barrier retrofit program, but I think those funds ran out around the Reagan administration, where they would just come in and they would build barriers, even if there wasn't an improvement to the highway taking place. If it could be demonstrated that those levels were, put that high on the priority list.
So, Councilmember Mendoza, was it 2002 that you said you took your family to a tour of Trilogy? It was about 2002 when Trilogy was first starting to open out there. So their sound study, their EIR, would have already taken place at that time, and they would have built based on what their mitigating factors or what their noise study would be. Not knowing that this Caltrans, State Route 4, or the sound study from that 2004 sound study done a couple of years later, would decide to put a sound wall, which will bounce the sound off back over to the neighbors, the Trilogy.
That's entirely possible, yes.
Okay. All right.
Do I know that that specifically happened or didn't happen? No, but it's certainly conceivable.
And I did find that the third segment of the bypass was completed in 2008. So how often are roads reslurried? Do you have
How often are they resurfaced?
Yeah.
I'm going to defer to...
Sorry, that's an excellent question. It really depends on wear and tear. Typical slurry life is 7 to 10 years, at least locally here in Brentwood.
Okay, well, that's 14.
Yeah, so one thing I did note, and I believe I responded to one of your questions, is we did note that State Route 4...
We're almost 14.
From Balfour south to Marsh Creek is showing signs of alligator cracking, some wear and tear. It does look like it's getting beat up on both north and southbound directions. I did notice that there was a small section, as noted by one of the commenters, that was recently repaved. And again, I'm not an acoustic engineer, but driving over a newly repaved road does seem to sound better than a beat-up old road. So we don't know, we don't have any idea when Caltrans plans to fix the rest of State Route 4 between Marsh Creek and Balfour. We've got inquiries into their district offices in Oakland, as well as their maintenance shop and their public affairs office. So as soon as we hear back, we'll let council and the public know.
Okay. And by the way, when I've gone out there, the traffic actually down that segment of highway is 70 to 80 miles per hour, way above the 55 miles per hour. So that's all the comments I have. I have some proposed mitigation measures for our discussion.
I have one question, and I don't know if, Mickey, you know this. When that road was completed, there was no big rigs allowed on it, correct? When it was first completed?
I honestly don't know the answer to that question. Maybe that's another Public Works question.
That is correct. When it was first
Yes.
completed, I believe at some point the traffic or the truck route was rerouted to allow trucks to actually use the new bypass.
So why did, so 580, for example, you can't take big rigs on 580, which is fantastic. But why can't we, where did they go before? Can we do anything like that? Because I can hear the noise at my house. So where before the trucks, I really couldn't hear much. Is that, could we, it's going to be really hard, and I know that, but I think we need to try everything.
We can look into that. I don't know the rules on what warrants prohibition of trucks on state routes. I don't know what the rule is, but we can look into that.
Okay.
My turn?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. One of the first question I have, you mentioned the second story at, I think it was site 10, and the higher decibels that were there, you didn't do any internal sound measurements, is that right?
That's correct. We didn't do any measurements from inside of homes.
So for the homes that are in that area that we're talking about where the decibels were that much higher, would it be something that would it do us any good to know that information? Because you were talking about the impacts from the upper level on lower level based on whether there was, dual windows or whatever. Would there be any benefit to knowing that?
Well, it would give you a determination as to whether or not the levels inside those residences were in compliance with your 45 dB standard or if they were above that. So I'm not saying there wouldn't be value to that. You would know one way or the other.
And if something were to happen, like something that needs to be done in that area, that would be on the city, not on Caltrans, because it's, am I on the right path there?
I'm sorry, say that, repeat that question, please.
If the decibels were higher than 45 based on that upper level, so they're higher than 45 throughout the rest of the house, whose responsibility would it be at this point to do anything about that?
I honestly don't know who would be responsible for remedying that situation, whether it would be the developer who is supposed to put the better windows in at the first place, or where that fault would lie.
Okay. Some of the stuff Karen did ask, thank you, Karen, and probably better than I would. But I do have a few more. The discussion about Shea doing their noise study, I did hear from a few different Trilogy residents about that. As soon as that wall went up, that it, of course, bounced back and made Trilogy that much more noisy. But so Shea doesn't have any responsibility there because they did their due diligence when it was time for them to do their study.
And again, I really can't speak to that.
And then I also did hear from residents about the resurfacing for the pavement south of Balfour. And I'm wondering, can residents, and I don't know if either one of you knows this, can residents advocate to Caltrans for that? I mean, to get that moving a little bit more quickly? And Mickey, you said you'd already been filing a request for it, but if that, you're advocating, can they join you? Is there a way that they can make their voices heard there? Okay. Let's see. I think everything else is, all my other questions for now are taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a quick question about our general plan. I'm looking at the noise section in our general plan, and it does say stationary non-transportation noise sources standards, and they have a daytime and a nighttime, but you use a 24-hour average?
That's correct, because the traffic is not a stationary noise source. It falls under, I believe it's Table 1, not the Table 2 standards, which are for transportation noise, which would include traffic, railroad, and aircraft noise.
Okay, so I was just thinking, because a noise is a noise, whether it's daytime or nighttime, so we know that there's more traffic during certain times, and I'm not sure why one applies but not the other applies. Does anyone know why a general plan is made that way? Why don't we have two buckets regardless of the source? You would think it doesn't matter if it's where it's coming from, it's noise, right?
It may have something to do with the fact that you can't regulate traffic noise at the local level. For example, you can't tell the truck that's going down the highway that it can't exceed 86 dB at 50 feet because the state motor vehicle code sets that. So you can't regulate that at the local level when it's already done at the state level. Versus something on private property, which is where your stationary noise sources are. If somebody's running a cabinet shop, you can tell that person, hey, that cabinet shop can't exceed these daytime or nighttime limits at the neighboring residences. So that may have something to do with the distinction, but it is extreme industry standards to use the LDN threshold for assessing compliance with transportation noise sources like traffic.
I just think that if we have certain, like if you have an expectation of a cabinet shop per se, and you're putting homes in, you would mitigate to the best level possible, because then what's the point of even having the two, right? Like you either care about people's noise impact or you don't, regardless of the hour, but I mean, I might be wrong.
Right, and the city could certainly modify your general plan to set a lower traffic noise threshold, right, to make it more in line with the stationary noise source thresholds.
Okay.
There are ramifications associated with that. It would be more difficult to comply, for example. I'm not saying that's a good reason to not do it, but the mitigation requirements would change.
Okay. Thank you.
Mickey, I have a question. In regards to the paving, I know that you're not in your head, but can you be clear about what type of paving or paving and surfacing that they did on the Highway 4 bypass?
It's called rubberized hot mix asphalt.
Okay. So what is that? Can you explain a little bit what that means and what that is?
That is asphalt with rubber mixed. It's actually recycled tire rubber mixed in with the asphalt. It's gotten more sound dampening qualities than your standard asphalt. I believe Caltrans uses this type of asphalt throughout many of their roads. But yes, State Route 4 all the way through Brentwood utilized rubberized hot mix asphalt.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no more questions of staff at this time, we will open public comments on this item. I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
I received 13 written public comments on this item. A summary is shown on the screen. Full copies of these comments will be made available on the City Council agenda webpage. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have hands raised. I'll go ahead and start with Rod, followed by Linda Smith. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm curious why Brentwood Municipal Code was not referenced in any way by this sound study. We do have a municipal code. My understanding is that the municipal code is the law here. I'll point you to section 9.32.030B, which sets sound limits. The residential is from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. it's 60, and from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. it's 45. And then there are some escalating things like plus 5 decibels for a total of more than 15 minutes, or plus 10 decibels for a total of more than 5 minutes, plus 15 for a total of more than 1 minute, and plus 20 anytime. This doesn't seem to have factored at all in the noise study, and I'm curious why. And also, the general plan is pretty clear that 60 is the limit. 65 is conditional, and we're barely making it. And so that's another consideration. I think that in terms of the comfort of the residents or the ability of them to even enjoy their outdoor space, which is like the huge benefit of being in Brentwood instead of, San Francisco or San Jose or someplace expensive, you can have a bit of a backyard. You can go out. Finally, I want to talk about the construction of the sound wall that is there. Much note is made of the fact that you cannot, increase the height of a sound wall, but that's exactly what was done at Cortona, which is right there, immediately adjacent. That same sound wall was there. It was heightened for Cortona. They paid for it themselves, I know, but it is possible. So to say that it's not feasible or possible to give the city a pass, just, this is a conditional okay, right? It's not okay. It's conditionally okay if nothing can be done. But you cannot tell me that it's not possible to extend that sound wall, because right next to it, right next to that house where you can drive up, you can look straight across into that house, and there's nothing between it and the street. The sound study itself points out in their chart that a truck going by there, a semi going by 50 feet away, is going to be emitting 80 decibels. Okay, from 50 feet, you'll hear 80 decibels. If you look at a map and you map the distance between that, where that ramp branches off, and the houses that are behind that lowered sound wall, it's not much more than 50 feet. It's 60 or 70 at the max, looking at the Google map. So I just think the city is kind of trying to give itself a pass here. I'm really disappointed in the way the sound study is. If I was there, I would play something at 60 decibels while this man tried to give his presentation and see how far you got listening to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Linda Smith, followed by Peter Robinson.
I have have a couple of questions. One, can we get a copy of the sound slideshow? I don't know. I guess you can't answer questions. Does the wall increase the noise level opposite the wall? Because everything I've read said that it does. A sound wall on one side, I live in Trilogy, so the sound wall on the Somerset side would increase the sound in Trilogy. And number 3, a question was asked by Susanna Meyer, and the man, not the one who did the sound study, answered it, but I couldn't hear the answer. So those are my 3 questions.
Thank you. The next speaker is Peter Robinson, followed by Joe Young. Mr. Robinson, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, council people, persons. Yeah, my name's Peter Robinson. I live in Trilogy. I actually live on Symphony, right next to the PG&E substation, which I don't know if that was recorded or not. I guess my first point is I really believe this noise study was done in a downtime, and it should not be valid because it's not normal traffic. It's still not back to where it will be when this pandemic has finally subsided. So I think the sound study is null and void because it's not real conditions that we are monitoring. The other point I want to make is that Highway 4 will be expanded dramatically over the next few years. And with that, all the noise levels will increase. And that was mentioned earlier, but it's inevitable. The Somerset sound wall is a massive reflector for sound for Trilogy. And none of these, well, the LDN numbers are fine, but I really don't think they comprehend the real noise that the residents hear day in and day out, all night long and all day long, for the hot rods and the Harley Davidsons and the semi trucks. When they take their foot off the gas, they backfire and make all kinds of noises. You have to live here to realize how noisy it really is. And the PG substation makes an amazing amount of noise, which I'm sure that cannot have been comprehended by the reference sites that were tracking the sound study. So those are my key points. I mean, I moved here for retirement, and this noise is off the charts, and I don't see any way that anyone's discussing reducing it or coming to some reasonable aversion strategy that will bring it down over time. And you've got major factors that are against the plan here, which will be the expansion of Highway 4, and Caltrans is very, very difficult to work with. So with that, I will thank you for your consideration, and please get something done for us. Thank you.
The next speaker is Joe Young, followed by Kevin Bailey. Mr. Young, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm Joe Young. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I want to thank all the council members for having read the material I submitted. It was extensive, and I believe you spent time on it. I am the president of the Marsh Creek Homeowners Association, Vineyards at Marsh Creek, and I represent about 1,800 Brentwood citizens. Rather than try and summarize the material that I've submitted to you, I'll make a few comments. The conditionally acceptable range was never in the ball game for traffic design, for sound design. It has come about at a later point. I take issue that it's even applicable in this case with the latest general plan. It's definitely not with the 2001 to 2021 general plan. And it's further not appropriate because the best available practices have not been applied as south of Balfour. And I don't think that pavement south of Balfour, some of it is really old, it was built as a construction bypass, is all sound absorbing pavement. And by my own tests, there's 15 decibel difference between different areas in the pavement. So I think it would be good to get the criteria clean, but it has always been 60 decibels for design in that area. It has never been 60 to 65. So we clearly know it exceeds what the original intent was. And what I propose is that we need to have the city help lead a task force or project that would implement an effort to get other agencies to do what they should do. I think the state route should be marked as a noise and speed enforcement zone, much as was done on Vasco Road a long time ago. The speed limit on that south of Balfour part, I believe, can be dropped to 50, especially considering that Caltrans hasn't done all the road treatment that they said was going to be done in the EIR. The pavement south of Balfour should be repaired. It should be resurfaced with a good sound absorbing surface. And if these things don't work, we should be looking at some type of treatment of the 14-foot sound wall to reduce its reflective nature. And I think all of these things just need leadership and the push. Many residents have tried to contact Caltrans. We don't have the horsepower. We can certainly work with the city and add our horsepower to the city, but the city of Brentwood was on the EIR group when this was done, and they need to be the leader in getting this fixed. So I want to thank you for your time, and we are available to work with you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kevin Bailey, followed by Mr. Dash. Mr. Bailey, go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Kevin Bailey, and I live at 1615 Peony Lane, which backs up to Highway 4. We moved here 4.5 years ago. The traffic noise was not an issue. That was a decision that we made when picking the site. I was very concerned about it, but there wasn't an issue that I could detect. Well, it's got increasingly worse. It's really so loud now that inside with the windows closed, it's often louder than the TV that's running at 28 to 33 decibels, according to what's on the TV. And we have to run fans at night just for the white noise in order to sleep. Plus, even with the loudest water feature that we could have constructed in our backyard, we can't really relax due to the traffic noise. After reviewing the noise study results, almost all the average noise level was in the conditionally acceptable range. My question is, what conditions need to be met in order for it to be acceptable or normally acceptable at 60 dB or less? In fact, that Contra Costa County has adopted land use compatibility standards for community noise environments. An excerpt from that states, environments with ambient noise levels between 60 dBA and 70 dBA LDN are considered conditionally acceptable. While that's a wider range, it's still for new residential development, and new development should be undertaken only after a detailed noise analysis is performed and needed noise reduction features are included in the design. So I don't know if anywhere there was accountability by whether it had to be the builder or the state or the city for these conditions to be met in order for it to be even conditionally acceptable. To get it to an acceptable level is what I would interpret that to mean. The bypass should never have been opened or the development allowed to be built without a well thought out plan to mitigate the future traffic noise that was sure to come. Most of us in Trilogy are in or approaching our golden years, but this noise situation is severely tarnishing those years. Significant noise abatement measures like a sound wall or berm need to be taken to restore our quality of life. I strongly urge the City Council to take the most effective actions to resolve this situation and significantly abate the noise levels that are affecting the citizens of Brentwood that I know you all do care about. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Dash, followed by Bob McHugh.
Good evening. This is Dash here. I'll start with what Jovita said, that noise is a noise. It doesn't matter whether it's daytime or nighttime. It's an annoying thing which we are living for last 3 years. So LMAX, which was reflected in the graph, shows exactly like from 3 a.m. it keeps starting the noise, and we are just across the street of the highway, and it's just difficult to sleep. And I agree to what Kevin said, that we have to put like 2-3 fans to offset the noise. So that's my biggest point. Like, noise is a noise, and I don't know why LDN was used, because it always will average out to meet the city limits. For example, Tashara in Dublin, they use the community noise equivalent level and the equivalent continuous sound level to do the noise study, which was a much better study than this one, than just averaging out and reaching to the city goal. And another point I want to make, there was no consideration of the rain, the impact from the road in the wintertime. And I have been telling this to Paul and Terence a number of times in emails and during a conversation, but there was no mention in the report. And the equipments that failed, which Paul reports, so I want to know if these equipments are well calibrated and certificates were given to the city before doing it, because it seems like and site number 5, 6, 12, everywhere it failed, and then the readings were all back to normal, so that's a big question mark for me. And the discussion was never to have a window insert or this thing. We cannot even open our windows in this COVID time, to get a fresh air. So we can put a soundproof window, but if we cannot open to get a fresh air, this quality of life doesn't make any sense. So those are my main concern, but I have already sent a question, 9 questions to be answered, and even the Bidal project, from the location 1 to 4, Paul's readings shows like we don't need any sound wall, but whereas the Bidal project in February were proposing for a 12-feet sound wall. So how come there is a 2 different conclusion on this study by 2 different agencies? So I want to get an answer on those points which I have already raised, those questions. But another thing, I want to bring it to the City Council. I know U.S. Congress has passed $110 billion for this infrastructure improvement. Can those funds be used to improve the quality of life in Brentwood, particularly improving the Highway 4 project? So that will be my request, and to form a task force to look into all those our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. The last hand that I have raised is Bob McHugh. Mr. McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, my name is Mark Windsor, a partner of Mr. McHugh. I live up here in Trilogy. And I'm not an acoustical consultant by any means, but I have been involved with environmental planning analysis for many, many years of my career, including writing environmental impact reports, impact statements. Couple of comments. First of all, while sound measurements, the metrics that are provided, do provide a good understanding of general background noise that a city can hang its standards on, What seems to be missing in this analysis is the isolated noise events that are problematic for the residents. This includes noise events such as the frequent sound of motorcycles, heavy trucks grinding in low gears, screeching to a halt sometimes at the intersection there of the State Route 4 and Marsh Creek Road, and automobiles revving their engines, motorcycles, and whatnot. These events occur 24/7, 365 days a year. And they are especially annoying, as is recognized, in evening, night, and early morning hours. What I would like to see analyzed in here is what is the actual character of these events? How frequently do they occur? It's not just the maximum that's hit. It's the many little bumps in that noise profile that is measured at those sites that represents different activities that are very annoying to people. And it could be the quality of those sounds that is also needs to be characterized. The popping, the grinding, the explosive sounds, the gear shift sounds, and the rest that are the kinds of things that wake up people in the night and or disturb them during the day inside their houses, not just out in the backyards. And I think the city needs to take a hard look at what the effects really are going to be on the residents because of that, and perhaps what a noise wall might do in the future. I only want to make one comment on the noise wall, and that is, if a noise wall was needed for mitigation of noise for the Somerset community, why wouldn't it also be needed for the Trilogy community? And what would be the effects of a noise wall if it were to be constructed? What would we benefit from that? It seems like the city has an obligation, in fact, to correct maybe the problem that was created to solve one problem. To mitigate one problem, they created another problem, and that's where we are right now with this. So I think those are some questions that I think the city needs to look at, and what they will do or what they can do to actually mitigate.
The speaker's timer had expired. And I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you very much. This time we'll go into council discussion, and I'm sure that we have a lot to discuss. Who'd like to start it off?
I'll go ahead. So, the question, or one of the comments to the last speaker was, why did Somerset get one and the other developer, Sienna didn't get one and Trilogy didn't get one? It's because those developments were built pre-1994, and because they were built pre-1994. The agreement was that when the bypass was built, that developers of new developments would mitigate the sound when they built their developments. And so it was up to your developer to provide the adequate sound wall based on mitigation measures. With that said, as I mentioned earlier, it was like in the early 2000s, prior to this 2004 sound study that was done for the extension from Balfour to Marsh Creek Road, that they identified the need to put up that sound wall for Somerset. The housing in Trilogy had already started being built prior to that 2004 sound study. So their environmental impact report, noise study, would have shown that they needed that 6-foot or 8-foot sound wall around their community. They didn't take into consideration that when they put up that large sound wall on Highway 4, on Route 4, that it would exasperate the noise by bouncing it off that sound wall and then back at Trilogy. So I think that we need to work with Caltrans to see what they can do to remedy that, because they created a whole new problem by putting up that sound wall. Also, when you look at the homes that are, I guess, north of Balfour Road, the Sienna development, when they also came in and built that prior to the expansion of the Highway 4. Now, they built the sound wall up there anticipating that that would be significant enough to break the sound from Highway 4. I don't think anybody realized that Caltrans or the Bypass Authority was going to actually build an off-ramp that was higher than the sound wall to some of the closest homes on the freeway. So again, I think that that's something that they should have looked at when they did the extension of that. And I think, again, we need to work with Caltrans to try to rectify that. I do think that traffic going at 70 to 80 miles per hour in a 55 mile per hour zone is problematic. I got out there just to find out what the speeds were, and they were doing 70 to 80 miles per hour. And I'm sure anybody who takes Vasco Road knows that when you pass Los Vaqueros Reservoir, that there's usually a speed trap there, that you're going to get pulled over. So you start slowing down before you even get to Los Vaqueros Road there, because you know there's a good chance there's a police officer there. Or if you're going down Highway 4 and you come towards Bay Point, you slow down there too, because you know that there's a good chance that there's an officer or three waiting there to just pull you over. And I think we need to work with CHP, and I said this when I brought this up before, we need to work with CHP to do targeted speed stops to reduce that speed, because, as I said, we all know where those areas are on Highway 4 and on Vasco Road, and I've spoke with other people as well. They slow down when they get to those specific areas because they know that. So if they know that there's going to be targeted speed stops on Highway 4 between, even between Sand Creek and Marsh Creek Road, they're gonna slow down when they come there. They're not going to do that 70 to 80 miles. And what did you say it's for every 5 miles per, or what was it?
5 miles per hour equals 1 decibel.
Yeah. So, you know, if you go from 70 down to 55, you're going to be able to realize some reduction in noise. We can also work with CHP. I looked it up. This is your speed that tells you what the speed limit is and what your speed, what the actual speed limit is, and the speed that you are going flashes in front of you. The solar powered ones are about $5,000, and that's not even going through whatever discount rates that we can get through whatever it is. Anyway, so we should look into getting those "this is your speed" out there on Highway 4. We could add additional signage and road striping that promotes reduced vehicle speeds in those areas. And as I had mentioned earlier, encourage Caltrans to incorporate the latest technologies and noise reduction surfacing, because that area between Balfour Road, south of Balfour Road to Marsh Creek, that was done in 2008. So it's time to get it done again. And so I think those are some of the mitigation measures that we need to do, a variety of things, not just one or another, but working with Caltrans, working with CHP, and seeing what we can do to help remedy some of these and mitigate some of this noise for the residents. I spoke with our Public Works Director last week, I believe it was, or maybe a week and 2 weeks ago, and talked to him regarding Highway 4 or south of Balfour Road. And he said that they are looking at expanding in the next 5 to 10 years, possibly to a 4-lane road. And we would ensure at that time that if they do that, that we would insist that there be a sound wall put up there, because you put in twice as much traffic there, you're going to get more noise. So I think those are things that we can do in the short term and long term. But I'd be willing to hear what other council members have to say as well, as far as mitigation measures.
I mean, you've been working on this for years. As long as I've been coming to council meetings, you've talked about this, and I agree with everything you're saying. I think that Caltrans has responsibility, and we need to, I know you're working on engaging them. I'm always about resident engagement. I think if they start getting inundated with resident emails along with yours, it could be helpful. CHP for sure has responsibility, and I don't know how that works from a city perspective. How do we engage them to spend more time on Highway 4 bypass? Someone has a responsibility, and I'm not sure where the buck stops, but we've got to do something. I mean, when I drive by Mr. Dash's house and I can see his window, no one can tell me that that's acceptable. I mean, that no one would want that quality of life. And for the wall to come down, that's like, it's just super insulting. I don't understand it at all. I'm also concerned about PA1. Like, we cannot let this happen when PA1 comes around. We've got to be really careful about sound and development when that happens. I worry about future, but that's something else. But I mean, everything Councilmember Rary has said, she's been working on this for a long time, and I support the engagement of all the other agencies where possible. I do want some clarification on Mr. Floor's comments on the noise standards, because the municipal code does have does have a 7 to 10 and a 10 to 7, and it doesn't say stationary. So what trumps what? Does the general plan trump the municipal code? Does the municipal code trump the general plan? Tim, I don't know if you know what takes precedent.
I'm not familiar with the code section, and I don't know if it's referring to stationary or transitory noise. I can't answer that at this point.
Okay, I'm going to email to you right now. If you could look at it before we're done, if you could tell me what your opinion is of it, that would be great. And I think that's it for now. I mean, I just think we need to do something, and engaging the other agencies and figuring out if it is true that they're going to do it in 5 to 10 years. Why don't we just engage with, and you're going to have to build a wall sooner or later. So do you want to do it now and just take care of it? Or, there's no reason why we can't preload a wall if you already know you're going to expand the highway also. I don't know if we could do something like that. So that's it for now.
I have to say thank you to all the callers, because they did bring up a lot of really good points and very good questions as well. One of the callers was talking about isolated noise incidents. So I was curious about those when we were hearing some of the other discussion, the revving of the motors and the motorcycles, that kind of thing. If we could get a little bit more clarification on where that fit into all of this study. And then I have a few other things.
Right. So, Paul Ballard again for the record. The isolated noise events are frequently referred to as single events. They're those loud things that bother you more than the averages. They're included in the averages, which then gets included in your calculation of LDN. But it's true. Those are the things that stand out, that bother you more. Your adopted noise standards, however, your general plan standards don't speak to that. They just speak to this 24-hour average level. I'm not aware of a jurisdiction that applies municipal code standards to traffic, because again, I think there is possibly some jurisdictional issue there. When a home is being built, then it's subject to the general plan standard, but a municipal code is typically used to resolve complaints between uses, so I agree it's a bit of a gray area. But to the single event noise issue, you know, what do you do with it? Do you say, all right, we're going to set a maximum standard of 75 dB, and developers, when you build homes, you have to mitigate not only to the 60 LDN 24-hour average, you also have to make sure that maximum values don't exceed 75. So maybe their mitigation is more onerous. For a situation like this where you've already got a road and you've got residences that have been constructed, I'm not sure how that would interface.
Okay, thank you. In looking at the neighborhoods that have called in, we've got Sienna, we've got Trilogy. I got a call from someone at Tuscany at one point. We haven't heard a lot from there, but clearly this is impacting thousands of residents in Brentwood, and we're all about here quality of life and outdoors and recreation and family and all that, and I can't see us being okay with this. I do really like the idea of the speed reduction and what you were talking about, engaging in CHP. I think that's fantastic. And again, thank you for all of the work you've done on this, Councilmember Rary. And I would support what it is that we can do. And I'm looking at these other questions that people mentioned. There was one, Linda Smith wanted to know what the answer was to my question, but she didn't say what her question was. So Linda, if you wanted to reach out to me, I'll tell you what I found out. And we can also get you a copy of the PowerPoint. I'm sure you can have mine. I think really just in a nutshell, and looking at all the notes I took, the fact that things have worsened to the degree that they have in the past 3-4 years we're hearing, it's just Brentwood is growing. We know it's continuing to grow, and the bypass is going to get bigger, and the population is going to get bigger, and the traffic is going to get worse. I do believe we've got to be a little bit more proactive, and I would like to hear definitely more, Mickey, about that, the ways that residents can engage with Caltrans. I think looking at the 1,800 residents for the Trilogy HOA, I think that's a really powerful organization that could maybe have some voice for advocating here. So yeah, I would support whatever it is we can do to help.
Can I have a question about averages? If I have 12 hours at 50 and then 12 hours at 70, do we just not care about the 12 hours at 70?
No, we definitely care.
But it averages out to 60. So what do we do about that? If the average for the 24 hours is 60, then how do we manage that if you have, 12 at 50 but 12 at 70, which is pretty high?
So to answer that question, we need to sort of keep in mind that the decibel scale is logarithmic. So when you average 60 and 70, I think the number you get is 67. You don't get 65.
Mm-hmm.
So the 70 numbers definitely do count, and they do pull that average up. They're included in there because there's quite a bit more sound energy at 70 than 60. It's like the Richter scale. 70 is 10 times more energy than 60, and 80 is 100 times more energy than 60. 90 is 1,000 times more energy because of the exponential nature of the decibel scale. So those 70s, when they're getting averaged in, they're definitely affecting the 24-hour average.
Okay. And then thank you for sending the data sets today. I was able to tie out your averages, but so when you have one line that says, at 12:14 with 22 seconds, the level, you're 65, and then you say 77 L max. So during the same, I might need just offline maybe talk to you about the data, but if it's on the same line, how are you getting a 65 and a 77? Is 65 a running average?
So 65 is the average for the whole hour,
Okay.
whereas 77 is the loudest point in that hour, the loudest instantaneous or the highest level it ever got. It means that there were levels that were lower also, so that you could arrive at that average. But I'd be happy to talk to you at greater length
we can talk
about the data
offline,
if you'd like. Yeah.
Thank you.
So Mickey, really quick, is there anything we could do on Highway 4 without Caltrans, or is that pretty much anything we would do have to be in, working relationship with Caltrans?
Yeah, it's pretty much our relationship not only with Caltrans, but like Councilmember Rary had mentioned, CHP, the Sheriff Department for enforcement. So, the State Route 4 is not in our jurisdiction. It's Caltrans' jurisdiction, but yeah, not much we can do other than work with Caltrans and these other enforcement agencies.
And so how far are you in regards to your discussions with Caltrans? I mean, have you seen any momentum or anything going?
Yeah, so we've made us and our staff, we've made multiple inquiries to Caltrans over the past year and a half related to noise. We've seen some movement where, for an example, a complaint we heard a year and a half ago is about the transition between asphalt and concrete where State Route 4 goes over Fairview. You know, that disconnect caused a lot of noise, and we made a complaint. It looks like Caltrans may have done some repair work at that particular location, but some of these other things, they just haven't gone back to us. So, you know, I want to reassure council and the public that we'll keep at it.
Do you think that, I mean, it sounds like the public's willing to support you in whatever efforts you're doing. Is that something that is possible?
Yeah, we'll definitely look into that. More voices, the merrier.
And I know Councilmember Rary had mentioned the project on Balfour. I guess it is going to Balfour, and Highway 4 is going to extend to possibly 4 lanes.
At some point, it's anticipated that segment from Balfour to Marsh Creek will be widened to 4 lanes.
And I think Councilmember said in about 4 to 5 years or something like that.
It really depends on funding and traffic. I just took a wild guess, 5 to 10 years.
Okay. Well, obviously that would create a huge change there and also hopefully bring some of the things that are being asked.
Right, and so that's another interesting long-term opportunity is when that happens, we will definitely ensure that Caltrans mitigates their noise impacts. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mickey, I did have a question, and I'm not exactly sure who would answer this, but this topic has come up for many years from the residents regarding a berm. That potentially could be something that can be done outside of Caltrans' area of responsibility. Could you give us some information on how effective a berm would be, and if it's something that's even a possibility? We're not even talking feasible. Is it possible?
So berms are great forms of mitigation. For the same height, for example, if you had a 10-foot wall and a 10-foot berm, you know, you've got to have a much wider base for the berm because of the slopes. Because of the soft nature of the top of the berm, there's sort of a suggestion that a berm is maybe a couple of 2 or 3 dB even better than a wall for the same height. So if a 10-foot wall would get you 10 dB, a 10-foot berm might get you 12 dB because the sound isn't going to refract over the top of the berm as effectively by virtue of the sharp edges and what have you. So the berms are great forms of mitigation if you have the room.
That was the problem. I originally had said that as well, is that on a majority of the Highway 4 south of Balfour Road, it drops off almost immediately. So there's no room to add those berms in without starting way down below and bringing in tons of dirt. And then what do you do when you get to the bridge? You know, you need something that's solid through there, and the bridge is, all of a sudden that noise is going to go out to those neighbors.
Well, I completely agree with, everything everyone has said up to this point. It's clearly going to take a multifaceted attack to try to mitigate these things. There are clearly some things that make more sense to start earlier on than later, but a couple of things that are really good news. While I was at the Transportation Consortium this last week, in one of the main meetings, we got the news that the President's Build Back America funding came through, and it was almost like a New Year's Eve party for transportation and infrastructure engineers and cities that were there. That's a genuine opportunity that we did not have before to have funding potentially to address some of these concerns. And like has been mentioned before, when we talk about working with CHP, who always work well with us as a city. When we talk about Caltrans, their bottom line is a budget. If you ask CHP, and I did, what could be done with that as far as increasing their coverage, it comes down to manpower and budget, and they are woefully underrepresented in both of those right now. But with this current change that we have now, again, it won't be happening in the next week or month, because the federal and the state processes aren't even sure how they get the federal monies to the states and how the states get those to the counties and the cities. But once we get all of that worked out, and we know now that it is happening, it gives us real opportunity to make sure that we are ahead of the decision-making process. One of the things that I can recommend is that our residents contact our electeds at the state level and the federal level, as well as our county level, and just keep on them, encouraging them, let them know that the reason that there is an adage, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, is because the squeaky wheel gets the grease. That really does work. And when they are constantly hearing from our residents and from our council and from our city staff about these needs, we're not going away. And this is something, there are clearly things that are easier to accomplish than others, but we're going to have to work consistently until we get some of these things done, until Caltrans does the expansion and we can get a sound wall up there. I thought Mr. Joe Young had a really interesting point about a treatment on the inside of the reflective surface on the sound wall that might be reflecting sound, very probably reflecting sound. I'm not a sound engineer either, but I am a musician, and I've been in very noisy areas that have reflective walls behind it. There's a reason for that. I've never considered that. I hadn't really heard that until he had sent his very lengthy, and I know Mr. Young well. I worked with him on the fire board for many years. He is a man of numbers, high intelligence, and as much of an engineer as he is, he's got some pretty radical, free-thinking ideas to remedies. So he's always fun to work with. But one of the things that we really need to do is what we can. I do want to find out what we as a city can do. I want to find out what we are able to do. I did have a meeting with the president of CCTA while I was gone, and I have another meeting tentatively scheduled in the very near future. This is going to be the topic of our conversation, as these issues were the topic of our conversation during the meeting last week. So, you know, I agree. I'm thankful that we finally have a sound study. In the process of accomplishing a real remedy, we had to have a sound study. That was step one. And I'm glad that we do finally have one. Now we know how to move forward and what areas that we can address, what we need to address. Any further conversation?
I do. You said that when you talk to CHP that there's, time and resources, staff and resources available. So, I mean, we do other targeted with other agencies. We do targeted in different cities. Why can't we work with CHP to have some of our traffic cops officers out there to do some of these, and they can tag team it with CHP?
I will tell you that I know that we have done that very recently. It's been very effective, and if Interim Chief Silva
who's in charge right now? Captain Silva. I see that he's on the call. Maybe he can answer that. But yeah, I think that's certainly possible to do a joint task force with the CHP.
Is there a way for us to keep the residents updated on where we are with this process? Because I think that's a bit of the frustration, is we have this meeting and then we don't know what we're doing next. So maybe, I don't know if it's a place on our website or whatever, but let's let them know where we are what we're doing and how they can get involved as well. Because like the mayor said, it's important for our residents to get involved. And again, I'm back to, I sent you that email. So what trumps what? Like, so it doesn't say.
So based on my cursory review, it looks like most of this municipal code was adopted in 2002. So my guess is with the adopted general plan and EIR in 2014, that would be the trumping document. And we have a parent conflict. So we probably need to update the municipal code to be more consistent with our general plan now.
Can we find the municipal code before this one was put in place?
I'm sure that's in a
Did they
record
tie out
somewhere.
or not? Like what was the municipal code? Because that's, which one, chicken or the egg kind of thing.
Katie's on the.
Oh, hi, Katie. I didn't see you there.
Hi. I'm very subtle. Just to jump in here for a minute, if you don't mind. So generally, state law provides that our municipal code is sort of the constitution, right? It sets the policies and goals for the city, and then the implementing measures are frequently found in the zoning ordinance or our municipal code. So the general plan sets our high-level goals, and the municipal code sort of implements those. You'll find in our general plan, which was updated in 2014, that it specifically says that the municipal code will need to be updated to reflect the changed standards that we find in the general plan. So there is some deviation between the general plan and the municipal code, but not in all areas and not entirely. So it gets a little technical, but in answer to your question, the general plan is the premier document that we would look to.
Okay, thank you, Katie.
Yeah.
Do we have Interim Chief Silva available, or is there anyone from the police department that?
Captain Silva is available to jump on, give you a brief update. Casey's unable to join us. He did just email me and said that we are currently working with CHP and to do enforcement, so it's on the radar.
Great. I think that's sufficient for the topic. Here, Captain Silva.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Bryant and council members and staff that's present in the chambers there and the rest of the public that's joining us tonight. I just got the button to join as a panelist, so here I am. And I think what we're looking for is an answer to whether we can work jointly with CHP to enforce speed on the bypass. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So we have been doing that. We've been actively working with CHP to enforce speed on the bypass, and the plan is to continue to do so. And CHP, they've been reciprocating as well. So I've referred to it in the past as our COCOMO, the Cocoa County Motor Officers Group. And it's been a regional effort to enforce speed in the East County jurisdictions to include the bypass. So that's our plan, is to continue to do that. So we work with CHP, and then in turn, CHP is working with us on our city streets as well.
Could you maybe give us an idea of whether or not it's possible, if we were to get funding from a state level specifically for this, are there grants available? Is there potentially new grants or new funding available with the passage of the President's Build America Back funding the trillions that we're going to be receiving? Have you heard anything from the enforcement side of things yet?
I haven't heard about anything specific to Building Back America and the president's recent legislation. I've talked about it before. We have received state funds from the Office of Traffic Safety. We just got that $85,000 grant. A lot of that's going to go towards, well, some of it will go towards speed enforcement for sure.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Are there any further questions for council of Captain Silva? Thank you, Captain Silva. We appreciate all the work you do.
Thank you.
So at this time, if there's no further conversation regarding this, do I have a motion to receive the report? And, or is there a motion to amend further direction to staff?
Well, I think a motion to do the mitigation measures, it's work with CHP to do the targeting ticketing for speeders between Balfour and Marsh Creek roads, add additional signage, and work with Caltrans for additional signage and road striping that promotes reduced vehicle speeds, work with Caltrans to install solar-powered "This is your speed" signs with the speed and the flashing "This is your speed," and encourage Caltrans to do the resurfacing sooner rather than later, since it has been almost 14 years. And work with Caltrans regarding the exasperated noise from the Somerset Sound Wall and where the off-ramp goes above the sound wall by Sienna.
Is that a motion then? Then I'm making a second.
So does staff have clear understanding of what the motion is?
Yes.
Okay.
Zoom now provides a transcript. We'll make sure it's all captured.
So we do have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? It is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ballard, and Mickey. Thank you so much for all the work that you've done on this. We appreciate it. Moving on to item C2, pertains to conceptual design studies for the Brentwood Education and Technology Center and Brentwood Senior Activity Center. And Bruce Mulder will now present on this item. Bruce. Is that okay with council if we take a okay. At this time, we'll take a 5-minute recess. This time we will reconvene the city council meeting, and I will turn it to you, Bruce, for the conceptual design studies presentation.
All right, thank you, Mayor. And again, good evening, Mayor and City Council. This item is to review and accept the final report from Dreyfus and Blackford Architecture on the conceptual design studies for the Brentwood Education Technology Center as it relates to being renovated for a youth center, as well as the Brentwood Senior Activity Center as it relates to being expanded. Information from these reports will further help with the understanding the feasibility of these projects. Information on the design and the construction bring real cost numbers forward to help determine the level of resources needed for these projects. The council is not providing direction this evening, but instead these projects will be presented in the strategic planning with the City Council in December so that these projects can be considered in context of other strategic initiatives considered by the council, along with the possible funding and resources the city has to move these highest priority projects forward. The approach and the scope of the architectural design study includes a structural assessment and seismic evaluation of the facilities, a review of the current building codes and compliance needed for renovations, community outreach surveys that were done to inform the program design elements, and finally, preparation of conceptual designs and construction cost estimates. Some basic building constraints were revealed in the structural assessment that will add to the cost of these projects. Renovation of the projects triggers seismic and building code updates. Costs for things like additional restrooms adds to the scope and cost as well. And it was also clarified that the building for the tech center is not high enough to support a gymnasium, which was talked about and considered at one point. In order to determine the program elements, the consultant conducted surveys. These surveys were emailed through the schools at the end of the school year. They were put out in English and in Spanish, and close to 1,300 were submitted, with more than 700 received from parents and 500 from students. From the students, it was close to an even distribution between those that submitted from as middle school students and those from high school students. Some of the top activities requested in a youth center from these surveys included academics, things like tech skills, job training, life skills, and clubs, and a creativity focus area, including things like cooking, arts, STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and math, and robotics. Games, including things like air hockey, board games, and ping pong in a gaming area. Recreation, including a climbing wall, boxing, and weight training, among other things. And a question was also asked about the character of a lounge, and the most popular answer was the modern, highly visual color theme. And there's a picture there that shows the picture that was from the survey, consistent with that theme. So all these areas were popular, and no particular area stood out as an overwhelming favorite, but instead these areas consistently ranked among the top activities in the survey. This information then informed the space plan for the design of the youth center, and flexibility was emphasized to accommodate as many activities and interests as possible. Two options were then presented on the cost, understanding that if option 2 was chosen, it would be possible to phase and make improvements to the space over time. Option 1 includes a full renovation of the 24 square foot, a little over 24,000 square foot area. This is the entire side that was formerly the community college. And it's just noted that the architect looked at the site of the former community college and not the entire site of the entire tech center, which is over 34,000 square feet. And the reason for that was because in talking with the architect and the consultants, the 34,000 square feet, they just felt was just too large a space for what a youth center would really need. So we focused on that side of the Las Medanas College. And the cost came to $5.6 million for a full renovation of that side of the building, which is a little over 24,000 square feet. Option 2 renovates a portion of the facility, a little over 11,000 square feet, and leaves the rest as the existing classroom space. The cost of this option is $2.9 million. Here is a space plan for option 1. It shows how the space fits into the footprint of the entire building. The areas in the middle is a large recreation room with other areas for a game room and lounge, a cooking studio, academic and creative spaces, administrative space, and storage. And the concept also includes an outdoor garden, and both of the concepts need additional restrooms to be up to code. And here's space plan for option 2. Here the areas in gray have been taken out of the renovation to match the footprint, the current footprint of the building once again. And these existing spaces could still be used, but would not be part of the renovation. So the areas in color are the areas that would be renovated. The areas in gray would remain the classrooms that are there currently. We'd still be able to use the entire area, so we'd still have the full 24,000 and change square footage. It would just be that the areas in the middle would be renovated. Now I'll move on to the Brentwood Senior Activity Center expansion. This second part of the study was to review the senior center and provide building analysis to recommend an expansion of this facility. Here the expansion is really constrained by the surrounding areas, including the parking lot and the aquatic center in the back. The current building is just over 8,700 square feet, and after analysis it was determined that the building could be expanded by almost 50% to just over 13,000 square feet. This would increase the capacity to almost 600 people. And the footprint of the building would be expanded in both the front and the back, and basically pushing the walls to accommodate the additional space. The expansion increases the multi-purpose room, expands the lobby and the cafe, as well as the classroom and activity rooms. In addition, it adds much needed storage to the facility. And the cost for this expansion is estimated at about $2.6 million. So this concludes my presentation. Again, this evening before you is to accept the report, and this item will be discussed further in strategic planning for any priority setting for further direction. And with that, I'll turn it back to the mayor and available for questions.
Are there any questions of staff regarding this item right now?
Currently, what's being used on the other side of the, what's not put in the plans on the other side of the tech center?
So the other side of the tech center currently has 2 nonprofits that have worked with the city for several years. So REACH is in there and DCSI. So REACH is a partnership that's been in place with the police department for several years. And a few years ago, they moved from the police department to the tech center because we had the available space there. DCSI used to be housed at the Women's Center, and that was moved to the tech center a few years ago as well. So they currently are in that space.
And currently, are we charging anything for them to use that space?
Not that I know of. I think those are some relationships that go back a few years. But I'm not aware that they're being charged rent for those.
So I know that in one of the other meetings, one of the discussions came from a council member about utilizing that facility as a nonprofit hub type of situation. Do you see, Bruce, as maybe that side could possibly also include that, with the other side being a youth center? Do you see that's a possibility with space?
Yes, I mean, there's 34,000 square feet of space here. The architect and the consultant through this process identified the 24,000 square feet for the youth center. So there is that additional space. And it is possible as well to have partnerships and utilize this youth center space as well, and have the possibility of also working with nonprofits and partnerships in that area as well.
That possibly provide some of the services that the kids are asking for, or the parents as well.
Right.
Another question, I know it's going to come up, and might as well put it out there now, is in regards to the 600 feet pertaining to liquor stores, bars, and youth centers. I guess there's a policy, or not a policy, but something in place, I'm sorry, I'm losing the word, a law, let's say, that states that centers shouldn't be located in areas like that. And I know there's two ways of looking at that. I'm not sure if somebody could explain it to me. Where is it an existing center that's actually there, and a bar or a liquor store coming in that can't be within 600 feet? Or if there's an existing liquor store around the corner, a liquor store / bar that's currently there, is that law pertain to an actual youth center being built within the 600 feet or within that area? Does that make sense, Bruce?
It does. I'm not familiar with this state code. I'm wondering if Damien could help clarify this particular question.
Yes, I can. It's found in the Business and Professions Code. It's section 23789, and it's subsection B. And it's a section that talks about alcohol, beverage control licenses, liquor licenses. Mm-hmm. And it says that the department, the Alcohol Control Department, is specifically authorized to refuse the issuance of a license other than a renewal or a transfer of a license that's within 600 feet of, among other things, a youth center. So it involves the issuance of a new license. It doesn't talk about a youth center not. If the youth center comes to the use, it doesn't preclude the youth center from going there. It focuses more on the license, but it does give some indication of what the legislature, what their concerns are about distance requirements between these two uses.
Yeah, because I know there's various restaurants there, and I don't know what type of liquor license, if it's a wine and beer license or it's an actual hard liquor license. But okay, thank you for clarifying that. I knew that was something that was brought up with a discussion with someone else, and I just wanted to know a little bit more about that. But as of right now, that's the only questions I have.
I just have a question regarding the survey that was done. So do we know if those parents who participated in it have children who also participated in it, so that, you know, it's kind of like having the same answers coming from the same household?
The email went out through the schools, so it was parents that have children that would get the email to participate in the survey, and we do think that it was separate individuals that submitted the youth surveys versus the parents. However, whether they talked and tried to have similar answers, it's possible. I don't think we checked that, but the youth center, the results from the youth and the results from the parents were different. So the survey does look at specific results for youth, for middle school, for high school, for parents, for Spanish speaking that filled it out in Spanish, and we do have that information that's in the report. So I believe that the answers are unique to either the youth or the parents.
Doesn't really answer the question, but while they may be unique, it's like, I mean, how many did they say there was? How many?
1,300.
There's
1,300. So are we looking that I guess my question is, do we really have 1,300 individuals out there, or do we have 650 families?
It was 1,300 unique responses, but some of those parents, it's very probable that those kids in those families may have also completed the survey because they may have talked about it within their family. So we didn't specifically check to see if everyone was unique as far as separate households.
And I noticed that in the verbiage, it's like, if there was a youth center, which items would you be interested in? Not, if there was a youth center, would you attend, and which one of these would? Because I can look at it and say, yeah, I like this, and this. That doesn't mean I'll never attend it. It's just, these things look good. So I thought the wording on this was kind of odd, that you're not actually asking them if they would attend. Anyway, those are the only comments I have.
Okay. Are there any further clarifying questions?
I do. I think when this came up, we asked about the value of the building if we were to sell it. Do you have that available?
There was, I think, a recent appraisal that was done, and I think the appraisal came back as, I think it was 1.66 million.
Okay.
1.4 million for an appraisal.
1.4? Okay. And then regarding the 600 feet, yeah, the 600 feet does exist, and that's kind of what I do during the day. And the reason it exists is because of the psychological impact on children when they're exposed to alcohol advertising on a daily basis. So there is a liquor store, what was it? I can't remember how many feet from the front door, but there's a liquor store around the bend, and then the restaurant across the street, and they all have wine, beer, and spirits licenses. I've actually been inside that liquor store to do price checks, so I've been in there. But so you can argue the point that chicken or the egg, but the psychological impact on children is the same. So that's why that law is in place, and it is 600 feet.
Bruce,
I know. Oh, sorry.
I do have a question. Currently, under the ownership of the city, this building itself, we are responsible also for additional caretaking of the property. Could you explain? Do you have information on the parking? The further, it's not just the building that the city's responsible for right now. If someone were to purchase that building, what would their responsibilities be? Would it be just that building, or would it also entail the responsibilities that go along with the full property?
I believe it would be the responsibilities of the piece proportionate share that the city owns would go then to the new owner of the property to take care of, and as part of that commercial area. Yeah, the parking lot and the building and that type of thing.
Right. So it's not just a simple. The reason I'm asking is this was a question asked to me by a resident. It's not just simply purchasing this building if it were the decision of the council to sell it, but in addition to that, there would be ongoing costs that would be more than just purchasing a building without the situation that we have there right now.
Yeah, it's similar to an HOA. That particular commercial property area, they all have a proportionate share of responsibility for maintaining the landscaping and parking areas for that commercial area.
Okay, thank you.
When it comes to the sale of the building, are people looking for spaces in Brentwood? Or I don't know what the appetite is right now for commercial areas in Brentwood.
Honestly, I'd have to check with our economic team to see if they have that information. I don't have that handy right now.
You.
So, Bruce, I'm just a little bit concerned too with the survey, because I know that, and I totally apologize, I had the numbers in front of me, and I was coming from work all day, and I think I missed that piece of paper with all this paper here. But in saying that, I think Liberty alone has about 8,200 students, right, from 9th grade to 12th grade. And then we still have the elementary, middle schools, right? And those are larger than, those are larger than our high school district. It's actually larger, has more schools. So we're talking about possibly 16 to 1,700 young people that are walking in our community, right? And we have a survey, right, that got, what was it, 1,300, I think? 1,300 and some students. But I was also a little disappointed that we didn't do the elementaries, right? Because we know that a lot of these resources and programs and the development of young people start at a very young age and even younger these days, where it would have been nice to hear from the parents what they see the need is in regards to that youth center, right? Because we're missing a huge population of students. The survey may have went out maybe at the wrong time. When you see 15 youth, Spanish speaking, and 27 parents, I mean, we just recently had a meeting here at the community center. We had more parents attend that meeting than we did the survey. That we could have actually probably done the survey there and had 65 parents participate. So the survey, I'll be honest, it's a little bit concerning to me because I don't know if it really captures the whole essence of our youth and also our parents, especially when we're talking about that specific area itself. I mean, we're looking at, I think there's a total of 5 schools within this area, and they're all Title I schools, right? And when we talk about Title I school, we're talking about students that are low income. We're talking about free and reduced lunches. We're talking about foster youth, and we're talking about the English learners. So when we have a number like this, where that center is not only going to impact the whole community, which is important, but it's also going to impact that portion of the community that's really within this area, the scope of area where the center's at, that we hopefully have it at. So the numbers are really, I'll be honest with you, I think we could have done better in regards to the numbers. The outreach, I'm not sure how that went, but just to see the Spanish-speaking community not as involved and engaged when we're talking about these kind of numbers in the schools within this area. So it's something I just want to share. I know that obviously this is what we have right now, but I think it's important for council and for the residents and also ourselves to know that maybe we could have done things a little bit different and better to capture better numbers.
Yeah, that's, those are fair statements. So just so you know, too, the timing of the survey was a little bit challenging to get that out because of the timing of this project moving forward. We had to do the survey as part of this project and move this project forward. And so the timing was right at the end of school. So it was a challenging time to be able to get the survey out, but we were able to still work through the middle schools and the high school to get it out. And with that being said, 1,300 responses was a pretty good response rate. And that information was used to inform kind of the program elements that went into it. But yes, I understand your perspective on that.
I think it was also on social media everywhere, like during that same time frame. So it wasn't just an email. People were sharing it all over the place. So, I mean, I do think it got some reach more than just the email.
Can I read something that I took right from the report because I thought it might be significant? It says the relatively low Spanish responses may be related to demographic data from 2020. Although 22.9% of population in Brentwood identify themselves as Hispanic, less than 1% of the households in Brentwood speak a non-English language at home as their primary language. And 95.1% of the residents in Brentwood are U.S. citizens. So I don't know if that maybe had some, maybe they're responding in English. So maybe it's a little bit better than the perception.
There is a saying that children of immigrants are the best translators. So I know I used to fill out my parents' paperwork in English, although they spoke Spanish, so that could be happening.
Yeah, but I think that, I don't know how long we've been trying to host community meetings here in Brentwood for a variety of topics and haven't been successful. I think that it's not just emails and social media that captures those communities. It's really going out and going into those communities to try to interact with them, the importance of these surveys and their participation and things like that. So I'm not saying that what Councilmember Meyer is saying is not true, because there's probably a lot of truth in there. And I know that also I come from parents that are, immigrants, and I have grandparents that are immigrants and things like that. But my whole thing is that, we could always do better, right? We could always do better. So just in saying that, I understand, I agree, but like I said, I mean, if we could have 65 people or so attend a community meeting and we only have 15 youth or 27 parents, and a lot of those people that are at that meeting do have a hard time speaking English. So, I mean, just how can we improve, right? That's basically it.
Okay, are there any further clarifying questions of staff?
I have a few on the senior center side. And some of these are just for the sake of clarification for the public, but the current senior center use, we're still lower based on capacity and COVID restrictions and that sort of thing.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
We're not where we were prior to COVID for sure.
Yeah. And when do we anticipate getting back around those same numbers? It's kind of hard to say, isn't it?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Okay.
We'd love to say that by the summertime we'd start to be coming back, but every time we say that, then we seem to take a step backwards.
That's true.
So.
That's a good point. Prior to COVID, were we turning people away?
I don't know necessarily that we were turning people away. It was very evident in the master planning process that seniors definitely had their voice, and it was evident that the senior center was bursting at the seams and was needed an expansion. So that was evident in the community outreach that was done for the master plan process. We have started to move larger events to the community center because the senior center just doesn't have the room for some of the senior club large events that they do. So from that perspective, large events are beyond capacity for some of the things that the senior club has been doing.
So how long has the discussion about expansion been going on? How long have we recognized this need?
Well, it was definitely elevated in the master planning process, but as long as I've been here, I know that there's been talk about expansion of the senior center not having enough room, and that goes back at least 7 years.
Okay. Are there recreation uses available to the general public from the center?
Yes, there are some. Chris, maybe you can expand on what some of those other events. For example, we do use it for rentals on the weekends, and Chris, I think, can expand on other activities.
So to answer your first question, we do have programs at the Senior Activity Center that have a wait list. Currently, obviously now, because we're at 50% capacity, that's the case, but even during normal times, there are some programs there that are sold out with wait lists. And then, as Bruce had mentioned, to kind of try to curtail that a bit, some of the larger programs have moved to larger spaces at the community center. But the ones that are still at the senior center, bingo being a big one that we can't move because of all of the equipment and things that are part of that kind of building and storage there, those programs are at capacity and they cannot, there's no place to move them. Then to answer your second question, the only activities that go on during that building's business hours, so that's Monday through Friday during non-COVID times would be from 8 to 4, are only senior activities. There have been times where there are evening programs that are for other populations, and then certainly, as was mentioned, there's rentals on the weekends.
Okay. Let's see. We've talked a lot about the increasing aging population in general across, the world, right? The silver tsunami, which is probably not the greatest phrase to use, but have we anticipated what that kind of growth in general, and also what these new developments, for example, the one on Balfour and Highway 4, that's senior focus, what kind of impact they will have?
I think it's only going to make the problem that we have now, even more evident and even worse. So even the expansion of the senior center will not meet the need of the growth of Brentwood long term. So it's overdue. It's needed. But again, there's lots of projects and priorities that we need to work through. So
right. And do you see, like the Trilogy and the Somerset communities have activities within those communities, but do you see a duplication of services here and resources, or do you see like there's a separate need for people living outside of those areas? I mean, how do you describe that?
Sure. So I think there's definitely a separate need. Some of those larger residential developments have the opportunity of clubs within their HOAs and social opportunities, but they also expand outside of those residential areas, and we do have many Somerset Trilogy folks and those that live in other areas around Brentwood and all of East County that use the senior center. So one of the things with a public senior center is you look for that social equity, and you have opportunities that those that do not have other HOAs or clubs have available through public resources.
Makes sense. And then my last question is about, we know that we have people coming in from out of town. We have Antioch, Discovery Bay, Oakley, and some of the unincorporated areas as well. And there's always questions about whether we can charge them additional fees because they're outsiders, if you will. Are they bringing any tax dollars into the city, or is it worth it for us to make Brentwood first when it comes to waiting lists? I'm trying to be a little bit, almost like pushing it in your face a little bit, to be honest, because I want you to like really answer what your thoughts are on this and logically what this means to the senior center and to the seniors of Brentwood.
Sure. So right now, the senior club does not have a separate non-resident rate. So there are residents and non-residents that are part of our senior club that use the center. As we reach capacity and burst at the seams, I think it's, that particular model may be something we need to dive more into and take a look at. There is definitely some advantages to be able to have non-residents use the facility. If you have they come from out of town, they come to our facilities, they use our restaurants, they shop, they get gas. So they're bringing some economic impact into our facility. It also makes the facility more vibrant when you have the ability to have people from outside our city limits. So a lot of our users of our facility don't see the city limit line like the city of Brentwood necessarily does. And there's a lot of long-term relationships that have been built between residents and non-residents. So it's something we could take a look at, but we'd have to be sensitive to that.
Understood. In fact, I think the Seniors Club the board members are from all over the place. I think the president might be from outside the city, if I recall. And then I guess my last question would be, obviously this has been known, this need has been understood for a long time. There's been talk about how the funding has already been designated in the past, and I'm curious why do you think it's been pushed to the back corner so many times? Or do you think, maybe not an accurate statement?
I'm really not sure. I think it's just a matter of priorities and not having the resources available to move something forward.
Okay, and any other funding questions would come on strategic planning day, right? Okay, great, thank you.
To clarify, her question is, has the senior center been a top priority, and then you get a new council and new projects come on that keep punting it? Because that's what it's sounding like, or am I misunderstanding that?
No, the expansion of the senior center has been on our list of long-term initiatives that came out of the last strategic planning session. And when we had some discussions about the youth center, the senior center was also brought up as an expansion opportunity. So those two items came together because we could bring out an architect to look at the analysis of both of these facilities at once. So it was a more efficient process. But it was a long-term initiative that came out of the last strategic planning cycle, and it was identified through our last outreach through the master plan process.
So was that the first time the senior center's come up then?
I'm not aware that it's come up before. It hasn't been a expansion project, I don't believe, as far as a CIP project for years before.
Okay, thank you.
That I know of.
We had at one point talked about possibly trying to work with the Somersets and to see if we could use some of their facilities for programming and expansion. The site, there was talk about doing a multi-generational building in the future that would be the teen center and the and a senior center, so multi-generational. And all of a sudden it got plopped on the Sand Creek soccer complex as a multi-generational site. But yeah, it's for a while there, we were talking about seeing if we could work with Somersets.
I'm sorry, was that decided, it was determined that that wasn't feasible, or?
It just went in a whole different direction. During the Parks and Rec master plan, all of a sudden our soccer complex went from a soccer complex that's been on the books for 20, or not 20 years yet, I think it was only 18 years at that point, to include a 3-story building. And pickleball courts, because pickleball courts were something that were asked for at the Park and Rec master planning sessions. So it was kind of like they're trying to shove everything into one park. Instead of making a soccer complex, which has been a needed item for years. But so that's kind of how that came to be. I know that, yeah, I mean, during the strategic plan, we did say, okay, well, long term, we'll look at the expansion of the senior center, but it wasn't a short-term thing. I mean, it just turned 10 years 2 years ago, so.
Okay, are there any further clarifying questions of staff? Seeing none, then we will open public comments. And Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call your name. If provided and unmute you to speak, remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I see one hand raised. Ian Cohen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Good morning, or good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. This is my second time speaking to you tonight, so I just wanted to say I may not know like the whole like thing going on here with the youth center, like it's like the zoning and everything, but just overall, we do need a youth center in this city. I had the amazing opportunity last night to speak with the Vice Mayor on the phone, and he has really brought up good points to me that we need this youth center for our youth, not just like the ones at Heritage, Liberty, Bristol, even though they're the ones who responded the most. But that area of Brentwood has seen the least like amount of investment overall, and this youth center will help bring back some pride over there. And this youth center will be perfect for not just Brentwood, but the East County region, because it will bring together youth from maybe Discovery Bay and Oakley and then all to Brentwood. And I say go with option 2, because option 2 will just be like a test phase where we can test out how this youth center will work out. Personally, in the long run, I would like to see that Sand Creek Sports Complex, but I know there's no funding anywhere at the moment for that sports complex. But as far as my knowledge is, there is some funding for the youth center. So I hope that we can move forward with this youth center and go with option 2 to at least test this out. It would be amazing for the city and all of the youth. Thank you and have a good night.
The next speaker is Marisol. Go ahead.
Thanks. Hi. I just wanted to chat really quick about the youth center and its location. and how people are saying it's only for one side of town. I think we need to remember that it's still one town. We're still one city. And Brentwood's not an extremely large city to where if we put a youth center in, right in the middle of town, it's very accessible to everybody else. So I just want to make that clear. I don't think it's about not giving a certain part of town something or not something. The previous caller talked about giving something to Heritage or other places or the other parts of towns. And I don't think that's what it should be I don't understand that train of thought. I think what we need to think about is where is the best location for the entire city, and also in terms of thinking about the closeness of current liquor licenses and smoking. I think there's a hookah place right around the corner from there as well. So I think we need to just look at all of that in terms of what we want to do long term for our youth in Brentwood, and find something that can really benefit everybody and not have liquor or alcohol or any sort of smoking establishments in such close range. So thank you so much.
Thank you. There's no additional hands raised.
Thank you. So at this time, we will close public comments, move into further discussion. And if there's no further discussion, do I have a motion to receive and file?
Share something, because I think there was some concerns out in the community in regards to the cost of this facility. And it amazes me because it's one of the cheapest facilities that the city of Brentwood would ever invest in. Well, not ever, but has invested in. And it's one of the facilities, probably one of the most needed, not for one portion of the community, but the whole community in regards to our young people. When we looked at the community center in 2013, $13,744,000 were spent on that community center. The library in 2020, $13,191,000. Sunset Park and Athletic Complex, 2007, $10,217,000. The Aquatic Park Complex, 2004, $8,799,000. The Vineyards Event Center, which is the future, right? We're at $8 million that's going to cost, $8,100,000. The Senior Center in 2009, when it was built, at $5,018,000. The skate park, it was at 2002 was $866,000. So obviously, I think starting somewhere is important. Not only with this bringing a great opportunity for our youth and all of the community, I think that's important. When you look at the census of that came out in April 2020, persons under 5 and under were 4.8% in the city of Brentwood. That's our elementary, those are our little kids. This is a great opportunity to help all of our middle kids in the city of Brentwood, to inspire them. A youth center is not just about ping pong and playing games. It's about building mentorships, having role models, positive examples of people to look up to. At the same time, and a person under 18 in the city of Brentwood was at 26.5%. Persons under 65 and under and over were at 15%. Our highest population is our young people. I mean, I don't know how we don't do this. And it's not about one portion of our community. It's about addressing the needs of our youth. We have a vacant building. We own the site. And it's something, we don't have a building. There's no other site that could hold the capacity that is needed to provide adequate services to our young people in Brentwood. So I wanted to share that because I know that there's been concerns about the numbers. But when we look at the numbers, we're cutting it really cheap and short. I mean, cheap for these kids in the sense of what we have spent, what the city has spent in the past. So I say this, but also, just really quick, a couple of areas that we didn't address that we have discussed. You know, students with disabilities. We didn't survey that group or those families. This center isn't not just going to be for young people, just young people without disabilities, but it's also going to be able to impact and address our young people that have disabilities for them to have a place to go and be part of something. We also, so in saying that, I just hope, and I know this is only an informational item, but I know there's people listening. I know there's people out there in the community that are asking, and I hope we all understand that the importance of our young people, and we have a vacant building that we could have utilized to help provide a service to them. So that's all I have to share, but I think it was important.
Any further discussion, or would someone like to make a motion?
I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
Bless you.
Sorry, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that we approve, sorry, I'll get there, receive and file the, oh my God, that word's going to really get me. Conceptual design study. Sorry about that.
Okay. We have a first.
I'll second.
And a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
It is unanimous. Okay, we will move into item C3, East Contra Costa Groundwater Sustainability Plan Adoption. And this item pertains to the East Contra Costa Groundwater Sustainability Plan. And Casey Weichert will now present the item. Casey.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is to discuss and present for your consideration the Groundwater Sustainability Plan. And just to give you some quick background before I turn this over to the presenter. In 2014, the state passed the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which led to the formation of groundwater sustainability agencies. Over the next couple of years, different agencies that utilize groundwater formed various groups in order to meet the requirements of this legislation. And in 2016, 8 local agencies here in Contra Costa County worked together with the Department of Water Resources to modify the boundary of the San Joaquin Valley Basin, or the Tracy Subbasin as it's called, and we carved out an area local to the agencies here in Contra Costa County that these agencies served. And in 2017, we formed a memorandum of understanding. All the agencies jointly decided to meet the requirements of this legislation as a group rather than individually. Over the ensuing years, this plan took countless hours of staff time from all the various 8 agencies. Many public workshops and hearings were held, and over $1 million in grant funding was expended to develop this plan. So what you have here is over 4 years of work by the consultants who are going to present this plan, and it's lots and lots of time and effort involved by all these agencies. So Ludorf and Scalmanini is our consulting engineers, and Will Halligan is going to present this item, and his colleague Tom Elson is available on Zoom if you guys have any questions afterwards. So, Will?
Thank you, Casey. Mayor, council members, good evening. Just to, as Casey mentioned, just to give you a little background, SGMA was enacted in 2014 by the state. It stands for, that acronym stands for the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And there's a few acronyms I want to go over for you just for your edification. The act requires that groundwater be managed by local public agencies, which are called Groundwater Sustainability Agencies, or GSAs. And those GSAs are charged with managing those resources and documenting their approach to sustainably manage those resources through the preparation of a groundwater sustainability plan, which is commonly referred to as a GSP. As Casey mentioned, in 2017, an MOU was entered into with 7 GSAs and Contra Costa Water District to collaborate on the development of a GSP for the entire East Contra Costa County subbasin, which Casey mentioned was carved out of the original Tracy subbasin to cater to the interests of those agencies. And the city of Brentwood was one of those agencies. And those agencies have historically collaborated on a number of water resources, collaborative efforts, including the East County Water Management Association and the development of integrated regional water management plans. The GSP is basically outlines the plan for those entities and for the entire basin to sustainably manage groundwater resources over a 50-year planning and implementation horizon, going all the way out through 2072. And this plan is required by SGMA to cover the entirety of the basin. What the GSP is not, the GSP is not a planning tool. It is not an environmental restoration plan. It is not a flood control plan. It is not part of the Delta Conveyance Project, nor is it an act that regulates oil and gas drilling or production operations. And the reason we included these items is there are many public meetings. As Casey referred to, there's a lot of effort that went into the development of this plan, including a lot of public outreach and stakeholder involvement. And a lot of these questions were conveyed during these meetings. And just to clear up any confusion about what SGMA is and what SGMA may not be. However, before I get to this slide, I'll go back to, on the oil and gas issue, that was one comment or several comments that came up regarding oil and gas operations. And we did revise the GSP to include a discussion of oil and gas activities in the basin and ways for the GSAs through the working group to take an interest in those activities on a go-forward basis. And at this particular time, the state is undergoing a public comment period on some potential draft regulations regarding oil and gas production operations in urban centers. And I believe there's public comment that is due by December 1st on that matter. And one of the topics involved in regulating those activities are setbacks of about 3,200 feet from sensitive populations. So just to give you a brief timeline of this GSP effort, the development of the GSP, as Casey mentioned, involved over a long period of time. And as part of this, during the development of the various sections of the GSP, there was many meetings over through the 2020 and 2021 time period to allow for public comment and involvement in the preparation of that GSP. And a notice of intent to adopt the GSP was prepared in June of this year. And what that notice of intent relates to is it starts a clock of 90 days. And that's a minimum period of time from which after that, the GSAs can schedule meetings such as this to adopt the GSP. There is public comment on the final draft of the GSP that occurred from September 7th to October 6th. And at this point during the October through December timeframe, all those agencies are undergoing the adoption of this document, with the final submittal of the final GSP to DWR, the Department of Water Resources, by January 31st of 2022. So this is just a table of the various agencies in the basin, and their dates that they were planning on adopting. The one correction on this, the East Contra Costa Irrigation District pushed their adoption from November to next month. Just to give you a little very brief summary of the GSP, the GSP, as it looked at the basin, discovered that about 15% of the overall water demand is made up from groundwater. The rest is met by surface water supplies. The basin has historically been sustainably managed, and it's also anticipated through looking through projections of land use and climate change to be sustainably managed going into the future. And there appears to be, the basin has been very well managed by all the agencies. And there's a very sufficient amount of groundwater resources that could still be utilized in the future as perhaps conjunctive use opportunities, which are in essence another term that relates to the use of both groundwater and surface water resources in order to help meet demands, especially during drought periods where maybe surface water supplies is a little bit more scarce than they are during wet and normal periods, from which groundwater resources could potentially be utilized to a greater degree to meet existing and growing demands in the basin. And with that, I conclude my presentation, and my colleague Tom Elson and I are more than happy to answer any of your questions.
Any questions of the presenter?
I do not know. I don't know. Tom, do you? No.
I couldn't hear the question well.
Did any of the GSAs submit any comments yet to the state regarding the 3,200-foot setback or any other potential regulatory actions they may take?
Yeah, I don't know. We did distribute the information and the points of contact to all the working groups. So I expected that one or two likely would that have been the most interested in that, but I don't. We haven't monitored who's given any input to the state.
Okay. And I know you don't regulate oil and gas drilling, but do you monitor, like if they're putting in oil and gas drills near any of these areas, do you monitor the impact to the groundwater? Like if anything bad could happen, like polluted or anything? Because there is potential for oil and gas drills on Deer Valley, right near Brentwood. And my concern has always been, because it's not fracking per se, but it's very fracking-like with a lot of water that they're putting into the soil, like do you monitor that to make sure that the groundwater that's there is not going to get polluted? Like how do you make sure it's all okay?
We develop a monitoring network of the entire basin from which the objective is to collect groundwater levels and groundwater quality in the aquifer system of, the potable water system of the basin. and to look at any sort of, I would say, water quality impacts from any sort of source that could impact that potable water supply. Now, there could be, on a go-forward basis, if there's a development where we see that there's a potential for increased activity such as that the working group may make recommendations to perhaps do more focused evaluation of those activities and see how they may or may not impact the water supplies, and if there's any sort of action or input that they could provide to the state agencies that regulate those activities as part of being more proactive in minimizing any impacts before they actually could occur.
So if someone's applying for a permit, do you get to comment on that permit before it's issued?
Well, I don't think the local agencies are part of the normal permitting circulation process for those activities, because it's basically between the oil and gas entities and state agencies. All I can say is that the working group in the basin has that as a topic of interest to keep an eye on, and I'm sure they'll entertain or have some sort of procedures in place to keep an eye on interacting with state agencies, to keep an eye on when such permits could be entered.
Great,
for
thank you.
approval.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Hi. You mentioned that despite drought, we seem to be doing pretty well. We're in a safe place. And in fact, the report mentions that the longest drought from 2012 to 2016 didn't actually have a huge impact. My question is, what are the biggest threats to the groundwater reliability, yield, and safety?
There's, well, I'll give a little bit more background. Historically, there's been about 15 to 20,000 what are called acre feet. That's a unit of water, which is basically a foot of water over a 1 acre plot of land. It's a common unit used in our industry. So historically, there's been about 15 to 20,000 acre feet of groundwater used in the basin, and that isn't projected to really increase by a whole lot going into the future. In contrast, we did evaluation of seeing how much groundwater would need to be removed sustainably before undesirable results occur, such as seawater intrusion, like along the delta, reversing groundwater inflows and outflows from neighboring subbasins is criteria to kind of avoid as part of like an undesirable result. And from that, we developed a sustainable yield that was a little over 70,000 acre feet a year of water. And currently, you're at around 15 or 20,000 acre feet, substantially less than what we estimate the sustainable yield to be of the basin. So I would find it really hard, unless there's just an incredible boom in development that is currently unforeseen, along with dramatic changes in climate that would result in a change in the sustainable use of groundwater that's currently occurring.
So you mentioned the climate change. What about sea level rise?
Same thing.
Okay.
That's part of the overall climate change mix, especially in when we work in basins such as this that have exposure to saline water bodies. When we look at climate change, it involves sea level rise and how that may change the criteria as far as seawater intrusion. impacting potable water supplies.
And how do you stop the intrusion from other subbasins?
Let me see if I understand that. As far as
Well, you mentioned that being as one of the
as far
threats.
as I guess what I meant was when you look at an underground system, water flows like from uphill to downhill. And what we try, part of Sigma is to operate sustainably without impacting your neighbors. And one of the criteria that we used was, for instance, in the San Joaquin Valley, the basins are delineated a lot by political boundaries. The East Contra Costa Basin is a combination of political boundaries along with physical boundaries such as the delta and other water bodies. So when there's political boundaries, we're trying not to impact the neighboring subbasins by reversing groundwater flow from one basin to another that may have historically been relied upon by one basin or the other. So we're trying to be, quote unquote, good neighbors.
Good neighbors. Okay. I think that might be it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
One quick question that I just thought of. Recently, East Bay Mud sued Contra Costa County because they approved a development and they can't supply water. So this might be a question for Mickey. So when we're accepting new developments, do you look at every development and the water that we have to provide? And if they're asking for incremental homes, are we ready for that? Sorry.
Mayor and council, I can answer that. Yeah, so it's interesting. One of our proposed strategic initiatives is the expansion of our water treatment plant. So here we are, we're in the midst of constructing and expanding our wastewater treatment for the build out of the city. The next big project is expand our water treatment for the build out of the city. And every development that comes to town, when they pull building permits, they have to pay an impact fee, a water impact fee, and that fee goes specifically to infrastructure needed for new development, including expansion of water supplies. And so that's already accommodated as part of our water master plan, it's part of our fee program. That's how we calculate our fees. So yeah, all development, we make sure they pay their share of infrastructure needed to support them.
But East Bay Mud is doing it, just my understanding is correct, because they say we're in a water shortage, so they don't want to add more homes. Do we look at that? I mean, I guess that's a totally different subject.
Yeah, that's a whole different policy subject that.
Okay, we can talk about that later. Yeah. Thank you.
Wait. Since you're up, I'm going to ask this question. What is our reliance to groundwater in relation to our other water sources?
Ballpark for the year, we use about a third of our water from groundwater and 2/3 from surface water.
It's a little less than that. It's closer to 20%. We have the capacity to use about 5 million gallons of groundwater a day. We don't always use all of that. We combine the surface water and the groundwater sources, but it's roughly on the order of 20%.
I was going to try to be funny. I thought Mickey knew it all, but you got pushed to the side.
Are there any more clarifying questions, presenter or staff? Okay, seeing none, then we will open public comment. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Margaret?
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay, at this time, then, we will close public comments. And is there any further discussion regarding this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Make a motion as detailed in the staff report, adopt the resolution approving and adopting the final GSP dated October 15, 2021.
Okay, we have a
Second.
first.
Second.
Have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. Thank you very much for the presentation. This is information that I'm sure a lot of our residents are interested in, and I'm sure we will have it somewhere that they can have easy access to it, because we get asked this question a lot, or at least I do. Item D1, request for future agenda items. Is there anyone that has a new agenda item request?
Yeah, I have one. I received an email from Tim this week that Contra Costa wanted to hold a vaccine clinic on Sunday. And it seems like there's a lot of red tape for our city to be able to partner with, Contra Costa County or Kaiser or John Muir or, any of these places that can administer vaccines. And we are in a health emergency position, is my understanding. Also, on Monday, they had 119 vaccines administered at Edna Valley. They had a line waiting. And even with people protesting, people didn't care. They wanted their kids to get vaccinated. So I want to find a way to get through the red tape. And if it's someone like the county or, John Muir, Kaiser, Sutter, La Clinica, people that we know, we partner with and they've administered vaccines before, how do we cut through the red tape so that if they say, hey, we'd like to have a clinic, it's easier for them and it's not all of the, I think you said there was paperwork they had to fill out and all this stuff, and they've done it before, but they couldn't use it again. So is there something we can do to make it easier? Because, people want their kids to get vaccinated. School starts in the fall, and I think they're going to want them to get vaccinated for, a lot of them for back to school. And I know we have another location at LMC, but if we're talking about our disenfranchised, a lot of them can't drive to LMC. I was just telling Susanna today, I took the bus with my parents until I was in the 8th grade. We did not have a car. And also the disappointing part about canceling the vaccine is it was for the most disenfranchised Spanish-speaking community, and shame on us for doing that. I'm super embarrassed, and when I got your email, I couldn't believe that we couldn't find a way. So my agenda item is let's find a way to get rid of the red tape. If they call and they see a need, which I did actually get a text, Kaiser would like to have one. They see a need based on what they saw yesterday in Edna Valley, in the Hill, middle school. So let's figure out how to help them. We need to get our kids vaccinated.
Okay, is that clear? Okay. Any further future agenda item requests?
Yes, I have one. This is based on the meeting I had with the Liberty teachers and staff. I would like to request a report of options to address the concerns that the teacher, staff, students, and parents of Liberty High School are having about the security of the parking structure, and the unsafe practices taking place there and putting residents at risk. This is not an isolated incident. It's been going on for years, and it seems like things are getting more serious. So I think we need to look at some short and long-term solutions to this problem so we can keep our residents safe. And it needs to be something we look at, as quickly as possible, based on the way things are moving and the fact that we're getting more and more reports about it. Clear enough? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any further agenda item requests? If not, do we have a motion for adjournment? We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.
No one wants to stay more?